And welcome to AP Microeconomics finale. You've made it. You have made it through an entire semester, or some of you have had a semester off of macro, and now you're coming back into micro going, I don't remember anything. Well, guess what? You are in the right place. You are ready, and we are going to get you ready for that tomorrow noon starting time. So excited that you guys are here. And we're just going to give everybody kind of a minute to come rolling in. It is 5 o'clock. It's time for microeconomics. All right, a couple of game plan today, or some ground rules today. Please make sure you will notice that discussion, unlike our regular things, our chat is disabled, and is the Q&A part of Vimeo that is disabled tonight because we're going to have so many of you, and I'm so glad because we're going to get you that 5 that you need. So make sure that you're using the question and answer function below the screen on the below the screen so that you can actually get some questions answered. Crowns up. My micro queen Sharia is here tonight, and she is going to be fielding all your questions. She is my future colleague and future economics teacher or professor, or earning that 7 figures, working to kind of handle poverty and solve it. But first, if my boss and my hero, and your hero too, if my boss Amanda wants to take over and just our co-founder of Fiveable, if Amanda, you want to take over and introduce yourself to my micro crew and give us a little pep talk and tell us about what we can be doing to a little extra cash to pay for those exams.
What's up, micro? I'm so excited to come through. I love the finale nights. This is when we shine. So my name is Amanda. If you don't already know me, I'm the one with the little mustache in the corner on the chat bubble. This is really me. I'm really live right now. I'm coming to you from the Milwaukee Fiveable HQ, and I've been working on Fiveable for the last few years, and my hope is to help as many students as we can to learn together and pass these exams. Right? The odds are stacked against you for a lot of reasons that are outside of your control, and so we're going to give you the power back because you deserve it. So I wanted to give you a couple of quick tips. As Hope mentioned, make sure that you post in the discussion threads any content-related questions. If you have any tech issues tonight, we don't think that anything will happen, but if you do, just let the student success team know in the little bubble, and they'll help you out. And as she mentioned, we are giving away just like straight money to students, and this is happening through our social media contest. So what you can do is post on social about anything for your AP experience, like show on Twitter or Instagram or TikTok about studying for your APs, whether it's your study set up, whether it's something micro related or calling out College Board's nonsense. We love that. Anything like that, just hashtag us at YesWeCram and tag at ThinkViable. And we're going to see the best ones, and we're going to give away $100 tonight. So make sure you get that done. You have 5 hours here, so take a little break skis at some point and post something about it. The last thing I want to tell you is that I know you're super stressed out. I know a lot of students are losing their minds right now. Take a deep breath. Just like literally while you're sitting there, just take a deep breath. And just know that no matter what happens tomorrow, whether you're taking the test tomorrow or you're watching a replay and you're taking the test in a few weeks, the score on your test is just a formality. It doesn't matter. Whether you get a 1 or a 5, you can still live a happy, healthy life, and we are still going to be proud of you, and you're still part of the Fiveable family. We hope that you do well. We want you to do well. But at the end of the day, you're already doing the hard work. You're here. You made it through this unbelievably wild year, and you're doing the thing. You're in a CRAM finale right now. So again, I'm super proud of you. I know you got this. Remind yourself that you got this, because the confidence is the one thing that you need to make sure to have going into the test. That's what's going to help you more than anything else. I promise. Just feel the vibes that I'm trying to send through this. You got this. You really do got this. Okay, so if you need any other last minute pep talks, just message my little mustache, and I promise you the student success team is ready for you. I'm going to kick it back over to Hope. Good luck on your test tomorrow, Micro fam. You got this, and I will see you when you're done. Hope, back to you.
Cool. Let's go ahead, and we're going to switch it over here. You can look at me later when I'm graphing. All right, so hopefully we made that handoff. Excellent. Here we go. Welcome, Micro Machines. So excited. Let's get rocking with this. All right. 5 hours seems like a long time, but you know it's going to be a little tough. All right. So once again, heads up. Remember that if you are asking questions, sometimes your name pops up. We love questions. Just make sure that you have it. If the question hasn't been asked before, just kind of look through, look before, just like diving into a swimming pool. Look before you jump in, please. All right. So once again, you can follow us at our social media buttons. Also, remember that we got that competition going on, and this is a great one. So many memes. All right, so what we're going to be doing in this stream is starting off with hour 1. You may have gotten a little bit of a heads up on what we're doing, a taste of what is happening to 10 o'clock my time tonight. First hour, we're just going to look at exam structures. We're also looking at we're actually going to play around a little bit with a multiple choice question, kind of just see where you are. And then we go into hour 2. We're going back into units 1 through 2. As I commented on our Discord, and most of you are running around, hopefully you're going back and forth between the Discord and our Q&A. Again, I'm going to ask if you can try to keep the questions to Q&A, because we have the best TAs. I mean, they really are just the best. I mean, I can't shout out Sharia more than I can. I mean, she is the micro queen. So if she just needs a couple of diplomas, she's already got the knowledge. She just needs some paperwork and she'll have it. So you are going to be well served there. So try to keep it on this CRAM, and then after 10 o'clock tonight, go back to Discord. I may have you but if you are on Discord, spam those crowns for Sharia. All right, so let's go ahead. In hour 2, we're going to be looking at units 1 through 2. In hour 3, we're going to be practicing an FRQ 2 and 3. By the way, we are going to be trying an FRQ 1. I'm abbreviating the time because we have so much to do. So in hour 3, we're looking at unit 6. The reason why is unit 6 usually gets cut off from, if you don't review it, it tends to be cut off at the very end. So I'd like to stick it in the middle because it does apply to taxes that we learn about in unit 2. Then in hour 4, we're going to be looking at units 3 and 4, along with another practice FRQ, one of the more toughy ones. And then we're going to go into hour 5. If for my 5-hour gang, we will be experiencing the law of diminishing marginal utility and the law of diminishing marginal returns. We know this. And we live this. So you are going to be living that life. So that one extra hour, that one more hour, that marginal hour, we're going to be looking at unit 5. So just kind of know this is where we're rolling, and we're going to get through it. So for hour one, which is really now 50 minutes, but don't worry, we're going to spend some time because we're going to do a little multiple choice question here. We're going to look at what's for this hour. We're looking at the paper-based exam walkthrough, what to expect, what to bring. Digitals, hang on for me for a second. Paper-based is going in tomorrow for digital exams. We'll clean up for you a little bit later. Things I just want to address, like what to expect, what to bring, because sometimes teachers aren't explicit about that and what you should do and what you expect, especially if you're self-studying. This may be your first AP, and I just want to take away that fear from you so you actually know what's going to happen. And then what if something weird happens? What do you do? And we're going to kind of talk about that for a second. And then we're going to spend the rest of the hour, which is going to be a while, we're going to be looking at some multiple choice questions. And I've kind of rearranged the units from this original slide, but you'll see what I mean. All right, so let's talk about the exam itself. And once again, I am going to be bebopping between questions here, but I'm really leaving questions up to the TAs. So I will try. I will definitely try for those of you on Discord. And I do not see enough crowns that are spammed on Discord. I'm very disappointed. So let's talk about the exam itself. Let's talk about what to bring. The exam, you're going to go into a large room, probably a gymnasium. It might be a classroom. It's going to be quiet. For those of you who are used to studying with headphones, you're going to find this a little disconcerting. You're going to be a little bit nervous. Actually, you'll be really nervous. But I wonder if you've had a couple of APs, you may be like, whatever, bring it. And that's fine too. So you need to go in with a problem-solving attitude. Microeconomics is incredibly logical, and it's one of those, if you just take a second to think about it, to slow down, to breathe, and we're going to talk about what to do when you blank out, because it inevitably will happen, and that's okay. As long as you're prepped for it, you're good to go. Make sure you are going in with number 2 pencils that are not mechanical pencils. Every year, someone brings in a mechanical pencil. Don't. It doesn't show up on the answer sheet. There's always an issue with it. Please just bring a number 2 pencil. And also blue or black pens. This is not the time for the glitter pens. I always think I would not have to say that, but I do. So somebody inevitably comes in. They're very pretty. They're just not very efficient or effective. So we also want to come in with water and a snack. You probably, or most likely, will not be able to access it except during a break, but it's always good to have. Please do not bring, for paper-based, do not bring a calculator. Don't even try. Leave the phones and smartphones, and they're in your locker. If you drive, stick them in your car. Don't even bring your notes in, and just be careful with big sweaters, like hats, anything like that. You've studied so hard. Don't endanger your 5 by even looking sus at this point. All right. So make sure that we are ready to rock and roll, and you actually you're just ready to show off. I love it. Big flex. All right, so the exam itself. Time starts, the announcement's been made, the proctor starts staring at you and probably thinking about lunch, who knows? All right, what happens? You look down your paper and all of a sudden it turns into a foreign language and you're not sure what to do. Big thing is to slow down. You're gonna be like, wait a minute, I don't have time to slow down. Yes, you do. It is 70 minutes. The first part's 70 minutes. You've got 60 questions. You've got at least a minute to kind of deep breath, and think of the unit titles. So we're going to go over that tonight about the unit titles, how they're categorized. Because what I found is that if you figure out which, it's kind of like if you're falling and you're just trying to grab for a vine of some sort. If you kind of find a title that your problem falls under, so if you're looking at, oh no, what's a determinant of supply? Supply. Oh, unit 2, got it. Okay, it gives you something to hang on to for 2 seconds, and then all of a sudden it comes back. So for example, if you go back, remember that your foundational concept is scarcity. This idea that there's unlimited wants and very limited resources. And after that, it kind of goes with problem solving. Well, what do we do with this? One of my favorite books as a kid was the Ender's Game. And what's always stuck with me is Ender's got all of these people that he's trying to lead. And when you go into space, there's no direction anywhere. And he organizes his people by saying, okay, let's all agree that the enemy's gate is down. Basically saying, let's orient ourselves. Let's say, okay, here's up, down, left, right. Yeah, and then all of a sudden you guys are doing the code hack on that one. That's fine. But if I know, so this is your chance. So if your chance, you're like, okay, what is the title of this unit? Boom, the enemy's gate is down. Okay, if I know my scarcity, what comes next? Done. You're at least going to get some points on those FRQs. You'll at least slow down with the MCQs along, or the multiple choice, or multiple guess in some cases, but you'll be able to slow down and actually take that into account and actually get there. All right, now what if something weird happens? There's always something. I've had a student throw up on a test before, and you wonder if you're the poor person who's standing next or sitting next to that person. There's anything that can go wrong could. It's Murphy's Law whenever there's a test. There's always the chance something weird is going to happen. The thing is, if it's on you, for example, you hit the train and the bridge and there's a flat tire, something, make sure you contact your teacher or your AP coordinator immediately. Let them know what's going on, because there is a testing window that they can try to hit. As soon as they start instructions, that train ain't stopping. So you make sure you get in touch with them immediately. Then what if something weird happens during the exam? For example, let's say the proctor was thinking about lunch and forgot to call time. It's happened before. Let's say that there's, the fun one I've had is we've had a bird that got stuck in the gym. That's distracting. So if there's something weird that goes on, some act of God somewhere, then all you need to do is talk with your AP coordinator. More than likely they know, but if you see something, say something, because you want to protect your score. Your score is going to be normalized with everything. So just keep it in mind. If something weird happens, which might, you're going to be okay, and we're going to get there. So it's one of those. Just let your coordinator know, and you'll be fine. At least I hope. All right. So the exam itself. There are two major parts, and this is a really good exam for AP. And you're like, wait a minute, there is no good exam. Yes, there are. So the exam itself, there's a part 1 and a part 2. The part 1, 60 multiple choice questions. It's 70 minutes, and it's 66.65% of the AP weight. Then you get a little 5 to 10 minute break, in which you can't talk at all, but you can use the facilities. You can eat your snack, get a drink of water. It's a good time to just kind of de-stress. The things you can't talk about are the test itself, which is really what you want to talk about. So it's one of those like, oh, okay. It's not much of a break, but it is a break, and it's just something to kind of chill for a second. Then we go into part 2, and part 2 is a little bit more intimidating. It shouldn't be, but it is. Part 2 is when we go into our 3 free response questions. So we have traditionally, and it's pretty much it, the number 1 free response question is going to be our quote unquote long one. Now we have had the 2020 long FRQ, which was the ginormous one with 18 different parts. Yours probably won't be that long. It's recommended you spend half of your 60-minute time, or I would recommend about 30. I would recommend about 25 of those 30 minutes. You do get it's 60 minutes, but you get a 10-minute reading block. I would recommend reading because you get to annotate, and we'll talk about what you should underline. For those of you who have gone to our other CRAMs before, this may be a little review, but it's okay. You may have blanked out and forgotten, so we're all good. So we've got one long free response question. Usually the number 1 is going to require you to use multiple units, meaning if it's going to talk about supply and demand, it's going to talk about taxes. And then it's going to talk about taxes in some other or a different type of market structure. If they do this, what happens to this? So it's going to require you to know and work with different units. When you get into your short free answer questions, the second 2, usually it's just about 1 unit. So long, it's involved. It's long and involved. Then you have 2, well, I call the 2 and 3s, which you've seen that on our schedule for tonight. The 2s and 3s, they're short, meaning should take about 10 minutes to do. This is not Lang, this is not Lit, this isn't history. We are efficient in economics. It's very much like macro in that we don't want tomes. Tomes aren't going to get you 5s. All right, same amount of letters, but nope. All right, tomes aren't going to get you 5s. Instead, I need you to keep these. Answers efficient. They are clear. They are concise, and they are done. Get those points and get the heck out. A lot of these, I've left this on if you want to pick up the slides themselves. A lot of these are on the course and exam description book from AP itself. A lot of what I'm using tonight is from there because it's been updated for 2020 and this school year. There's some things that have been taken out and some things that have been added in. And it's really important that you kind of go over that real quick and know what is going to be asked of me and what am I responsible for knowing. And I'm going to highlight some of those big changes, not necessarily for this year, but it's something that slipped in before. I mean, I'll confess, for a long time, it used to be the exam part 1 was 75% was multiple choice, and it's gone down to 66.65. That's a different change in emphasis for me. So it's one of those like, okay, all right, well, I'm going to dig into this CED, and you should too. So let's go ahead and we'll mosey on out. And what I'd like you to do is go on to menti.com. I've got a code here. This may work. If it works, fantastic. If it doesn't, I have a backup plan. So I'll give you all a second to go wander over there. I will also find out how long my lag is. All right. And I'm going to try to mirror these questions I'm going to try to go back and forth here so you guys can see it. All right. All right, so we're going to try to figure out if we can do this, fantastic. I will be very, very, very happy if we can. If we can't, we will find out too. All right, so we're going to practice a little bit with multiple choice and kind of walk through this. Now, these multiple choice questions are coming directly from the CED, so that way this is nothing new for some of you. For some of you, it might, because some of you haven't been digging into the CED, and that's fine too, because you will tonight. All right, so let's go ahead, and if you haven't put in that code yet, that's right, my lag's long enough, you'll have it done before then. All right, so let's go ahead and look at these multiple choice questions. All right, and I am going to try to do this along with, there we go, and let's see how we do. All right, number 1, if you're on Mentimeter, oh, excellent, excellent. Oh, good, thank God it works. All right, so go ahead and shuffle on over there if you have not already. Excellent. And for those of you who are playing on your phones, I'll go ahead and read them to you. The individuals and societies must take choices regarding which goods and services will be produced and consumed because A, unlimited wants can only be satisfied by allocating resources efficiently. And nobody told me, but don't worry, it wouldn't be a CRAM session without me forgetting to put on the captions. But I have remembered. Ha-ha! 20 minutes in, but I have remembered. That's what happens when you get old, kids. Try not to. All right, so, and we're back. So individuals and societies must make choices regarding which tools and services will be produced and consumed because unlimited wants can be satisfied by allocating resources efficiently. Resources are insufficient to satisfy the unlimited wants of people. C, allocating scarce resources efficiently reduces the equitable distribution of goods. D, income is not equally distributed to ensure that everyone can participate in the market. Or E, a country cannot have a comparative advantage in the production of all goods. And most of you, as in, oh, yay, excellent, excellent. And I think I've put the correct answer up there for you. So if all things are going according to plan, you should be able to see the answer. But most of you are right on the money. that it is B, resources are insufficient to satisfy the unlimited wants of people. This is coming straight from Unit 1. This is the fundamental idea of scarcity. Scarcity, and we're going to be talking about that when we review Unit 1. But there is a reason why Cardi B sings of those Balenciagas, the ones that look like socks. Why is she going to the jewelers to put rocks in her watch? It's because those represent scarce resources. It shows status. You're like, oh, we're talking Micro and Cardi B? Oh, all the time. Children, strap in. All right, so let's go into number 2. Number 2, the graph below shows the marginal benefit that a student receives and the marginal cost the student incurs from additional hours of study. Which of the following is true? A, beyond S2 hours of study, there is no further benefit from devoting additional hours to study. B, at S1 hours of study, the additional marginal cost of study time exceeds the extra marginal benefit of study time. C, the optimal number of hours that the student should study is S2 hours. The rational individual should study S3 hours is letter D. Letter E, the marginal cost of studying decreases as more time is spent studying. Take a second. Let's see how we're doing. Oh, I'm seeing those correct answers just rack up. That's fantastic. And thank you guys so much, because this is working out way better than I thought. I was ready. I was prepped for a plan B. All right, I'm seeing a lot of correct answers, and I'm seeing a lot of learning and progress, if nothing else. Good, good. Now, if you look at this question, the answer is pretty much in front of you, because you know this is from Unit 1 again. This is the very end of Unit 1 when we're looking at cost-benefit analysis, that, or 1.5. Marginal benefit, downward slope, and you know that's going to be demand curve, right? And then you've got marginal cost. Where do they meet? They meet in equilibrium, right? And equilibrium is not happy fun times. Equilibrium just means everyone is equally ticked off and feels like they did not get a good deal, but it's equal. So it's efficient. So at that S2 level, so for those of you that were playing at home, yes, the answer is C. C. It should C is for cookies and for the same and for the answer that you need. So C, the optimal number of hours that the student should study is S2 hours. So again, that is where C, or marginal cost, meets your marginal benefit. All right, some final ones there. Some of you are still racking them up. So for those of you, again, if you're on the struggle bus with this one, you're like, oh my goodness, don't panic. Remember, we're going to breathe in. You're going to go back to your training. All right, you're going to go back to your training. You're going to try to remember this from last fall. It'll come, don't worry. So hang in there. All right, number 3, which of the following occurs? Oops, let me go and move the Mentimeter here. There we go. Which of the following occurs if the price of oranges is below the equilibrium price? Which of the following occurs if the price of oranges is below the equilibrium price? So A, is there a surplus of oranges? B, the quantity supplied of oranges is greater than the quantity demanded. C, the quantity supplied of oranges is greater than the quantity sold. D, the quantity purchased of oranges is greater than the quantity sold. Or E, the quantity demanded of oranges is greater than the quantity supplied. This one you should be doodling. There should be a doodle somewhere. Make sure you have paper or a whiteboard or something. Your wall, just promise your mom you'll repaint it. Take a second. How we doing? Remember, you're just checking here. You're just checking to see where you are, how you feel. All right, been about a minute. So which of the following occurs if the price of oranges is below the equilibrium price? Well, if you answered E, you are correct. The quantity demanded of oranges is greater than the quantity supplied. That's because the price is not equilibrium. That new price line is going to hit the QD way later than it hits the QS. Remember, are you willing to babysit for free? No. But if I say $1,000, oh, you'll babysit. All right. So let's go ahead and try this next one out. Number 4. Love it. Most of you are on it. Number 4, total economic surplus will be maximized at which of the following price and quantity combinations? So A, is it P3 and Q3? B, P3 and Q1? C, P2 and Q2? D, P1 and Q1? Or E, P1 and Q3? Give you a minute, which is pretty much what you're going to have on the exam. Remember, you do not get points off for guessing. So if you don't know, guess anyway. You may be wrong, but at least you won't be in doubt. All right, most of you are right there rocking and rolling. Now, this is a very sneaky question because it's asking you really, do you know about dead weight loss? Because what's the only option where there is no dead weight loss? And that is going to be P2 and Q2. So if you answered letter C, you are magnificent, fantastic. All right, we'll move on over to number 6. Yes, I have edited a few because Mentimeter is unwieldy. So assume that a 2% increase in the price of bologna causes a 5% decrease in the quantity demanded of cheese. I hope it's good cheese. What is the cross-priced elasticity of demand between these goods, and how are these goods related? So it's asking you for cross-price elasticity of demand here. Is it A, cross-price elasticity of demand equals negative 0.4, and these goods are complements? Is it B, cross-price elasticity of demand equals a positive 0.4, and these goods are substitutes? C, cross-price elasticity of demand equals negative 2.5, and these goods are complements? D, cross-price elasticity of demand equals positive 2.5, and these goods are substitutes? Or E, cross-price elasticity of demand equals negative 0.4, and these goods are substitutes? I'm interested to see where we are with this. Because elasticity seems to be a sticky point for people. And that's okay, because we're actually going to really go over elasticity tonight. Remember, there isn't a penalty for guessing on AP. So go ahead and guess away if you don't know. And if you don't know, guess. If you sort of know, try. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you, Sharia. Micro Queen Sharia spammed the crowns. She's like, hey, students can't see the answers on the screen. My apologies. Hopefully you can see it now. Oh my goodness, I've just discovered I had this power all along. I feel like an 80s TV show. All right, so hopefully you see the answer now. So show correct, there it is. All right, so your answer is C. Answer is C. Cross-price elasticity of demand equals negative 2.5. These goods are complements. If you are lost, if you are completely lost and you have no idea how we got there, be patient because this is going to be in unit 2. So be patient. That will be in our second hour. We are going over elasticity in depth, as well as much depth as we can in a very brief section. So kind of like a kiddie pool, but it'll have some depth. So enough that you'll at least be able to do well with it. All right, let's do this again. So number 7, and this time I'll remember to show you the answers. My apologies. So for a firm where labor is the only variable input, which of the following happens when diminishing returns sets in? Welcome to micro and their lovely wording of things. Letter A, average variable cost begins to increase. B, average product of labor begins to decline. C, total product begins to decline. D, marginal cost begins to increase. Or E, average total cost begins to increase. Oh, some of you are just right out of the gate. We're like, we know this. Good. Oh no. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, looks like we're gonna have to go over this one a little bit. That's okay. Now, for those of you, we're going back to that total product graph. So we're talking about TP, AP, or MP. All right. So we had some issues with this one. It's okay. Oops, come back. So this is where marginal cost will begin to increase. Don't worry, we're going over this graph. We'll make this work for you. Let's go ahead and move on to question 8. Which of the following indicates the presence of economies of scale as a quantity of output increases? This is going to be testing some of your knowledge on long run average total cost here. So short run variable cost decreases, long run total cost decreases, marginal cost decreases, D, average fixed cost decreases, or E, marginal cost exceeds the average total cost. Remember, feel free to go ahead, take a second and doodle this out. Oh, thank you. All right, good. Oh, everybody's got this one. Okay, the answer is B. So we're looking at B here for question 8. So this is going to be long run average. This is where the long run average total cost decreases. This is that 3 sections of average total cost or of long run average total cost. You've got economies of scale, constant returns to scale, and then the infamous diseconomies of scale. So those, and don't worry, we're going over those too. Those are coming up in unit 3. All right, let's do question 9. For a perfectly competitive firm, You know exactly the unit we're in. This is 3.7. And for a perfectly competitive firm, assume the price equals a rising marginal cost at 200 units of output. At this output, average total cost is $8. The average variable cost is $5. And if the price is $4, how much can this firm reduce its losses by shutting down? Let's take a second. You will probably want to doodle this. And I don't see any of you jumping the gun yet to actually answer this. So that's a good sign that you're thinking. Let's see how we're doing. Ooh, we're slow on this one. That's all right. It's such a good question here. All right, guys, do me a favor. I want you to screenshot this. We're going to work this out. All right, so take a second, and I want you to screenshot because you guys are all over the place, and that's great because this allows me to really kind of dig into a little bit of Unit 3, but it makes sense. So let's go ahead. I'll give you a second here. Everybody screenshot or screenshoot. Not sure what a direct form of that verb is. This is what happens when you're old. All right, everybody take a screenshot of this. Get your phones out so that you can at least read it, read along, and we're going to work this out. But for that, my friends, we need the board. So hello and welcome. Let's do some graphing. All right, so what I'd like you to do is graph along with me. So we're going to walk through this. And I'm going to read this on the graph. Ooh, look, I'm Hitchcocky in here. All right, everybody got go ahead and everybody get a piece of paper out. Let's do this. All right, so if you want to go ahead and graph with me, you're going to need Gator graph and a QP. Why do I just this way? All right, so go ahead and throw your graph up here. Isn't that lovely? Downward demand curve. Oops, I lied. We're in a perfectly competitive market because I got distracted. All right, let's go ahead and get this answer up and we can work through it. All right, for a perfectly competitive firm, this means that this firm is a price taker because this firm is one of many. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this up for you. So a firm, we have is part of an entire industry. So by industry, I mean, let's say corn. It's fun. All right, so we got the corn industry here because look, if I have a ton of different types of corn, are you going to know that this one is like Libby's or this one's Green Giant or this is the Publix General or this is Kroger or whatever? It's its own thing. So the price of corn, we have a downward sweeping demand curve and we have an upward sweeping supply curve. They meet in the middle for equilibrium. At that equilibrium, the first thing I want to do is drop my anchor. So go ahead and graph with me if you didn't get this. Most of you didn't, and that's fine because we're going to solve this. So drop an anchor here. There's my QE. And then I'm going to go over here. Notice I'm making dotted lines. Dotted means this is a choice. And then I'm going to throw my price here. Not lovely. All right, so this is the kind of invisible hand at work. Remember, we're in a perfectly competitive market. It means that there's identical goods, multiple, near infinite number of sellers. And so they're all competing. What happens if they bring the price up? Well, nobody will buy their stuff. So if one seller brings their price up, nobody's going to buy it. If anyone brings their price down, well, they're going to have a shortage and they won't have it for very long, and they won't make a profit. And remember, we're rational human beings who are going to be profit seeking, and we're looking at our own self-interest. Ta-da! So we're going to be stuck here. So I want you to think of 1,000 million, whatever, different kind of sellers, they are all here, which means they have to accept the price of the market, which means this little graph of mine becomes one partner to a second graph. Actually, let me get you a darker marker here. All right, so pardon this hastily formed graph so you can see it. S, D, here's my equilibrium, P, Q. All right, we've got this second graph, and this is what we're talking about right here. The price determined by this market has been $4. All right, it's $4. Now we can kind of address this question. It's a perfectly competitive firm. So here's the corn market, all right? And here is Jolly Green Giant. Green Giant. All right. Sponsor us, Green Giant. Although we are going to put you in a bad way here because you're only charging $4 for your corn. All right, so we assume that the rising marginal cost at 200 units of output, that means this price is hitting at 200 units. So we are coming up, right there's my marginal cost. Isn't that lovely? My marginal cost hits at 200 units. And you're like, oh my gosh, I do not have time for this on the exam. Oh, but you do. You're going to be able to do this. Real quick. All right. I just noticed somebody called my name on Discord. Not yet. I'm in the middle of the thing. All right. So we got $4 here, 200 units here, and it's telling us the average variable cost is $8. All right. Well, we know that it's going to be average cost is up here. That means at 200 units, plant my flag, I'm hitting here. So there's 8. And it says that my average variable cost, which means that's per unit cost, is 5. So I'm going to guess about right here. So my average variable cost is right here. Now I am being way more elaborate so you can see it. But the thing is, this doesn't take much. It doesn't take much to see it. Now, should they have shut down? Absolutely. Remember, shutdown is in the short run. Shutdown is temporary. Exit's permanent. I am exiting the market. I'm shutting down for winter. If I live in the Cape, I'm going to shut down for winter if I'm a restaurant. But if I'm exiting the market, I am closing. So here's the thing. We've got $8 versus 5 versus 4. So if they shut down, they're going to go to where that distance between the AFC is, that little distance here, which means how much can this firm reduce its losses? They're already taking an L because that total cost, that average total cost right here, that whole entire rectangle is loss. That's just not an L. That's a fat L, all right? So nobody wants this L. So if they shut down, here's the cool part. If they shut down, they're going to save this box here, that entire box. So what is that box? Well, what's the difference between 4 and 5? $1. How many units were produced? 200, which means the only option that has 200 as an option, letter D. So if you did not answer letter D, well, now you know why. So let's go ahead and go back to the show here. Get my Chrome tab. There it is. Share. All right, so back to this. So number 9. Hopefully that makes a little bit more sense for you, but you guys were moving the chair over. All right, so let's go ahead. So those of you who stepped out, I see some of you did not answer at all, but now you have an idea of what to do there. All right, let's go ahead and go to number 10. All right, so number 10. Which of the following is true for a perfectly competitive firm? Oh yeah, we're in 3.7, the longest stupid subsection ever that should be its own unit, but oh well. So which of the following is true for a perfectly competitive firm? You should know this by now. A, firm is a price taker. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go ahead and move. Oh, wait, I did. Oh, yay. Look at that. Me being productive. All right. A, firm is a price taker. B, the firm chooses its own profit maximizing quantity by equating the price to an average total cost. C, the firm faces a downward sloping demand curve for its product. D, the firm's short-run supply curve is the same as its average variable cost curve above the minimum of the marginal cost curve. Or E, the firm can expect to earn positive economic profit in the long-run equilibrium. Hopefully you guys just nail this one. Hopefully I'm on the right part. Is everybody here? Did I lose you all graphing? I put you all to sleep. No. I am not seeing anybody on this question. And I don't know if it's just a delay. I'm hoping it's just a delay. Oh, there we go. Yes, it was just a delay. Thank God. And look at you guys knocking this out of the park. I don't need to share screen. I don't need to turn off the share screen for that one. You got it. It is letter A. The firm is a price taker. You like the price. All right. Question. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go back for a second so I can show you the answers here. Show the correct answer. There it is. Like you need it. Most of you are right there. 72 of you, 73 of you. There are 79 people here. That's awesome. I'm so glad you guys are here. All right, so let's rock this one. Let's go into 11. We're almost done. All right, so question 11. Whoa, okay. We have some very fast people here. Which of the following is more likely to occur when there are high barriers to entry in an industry? Is it going to be A, the firms in the industry earn economic profits in the long run? B, the industry will be characterized by diseconomies of scale. C, the firms in the industry are price takers. D, the firms in the industry will charge a price equal to the average total cost. Or E, the firms will charge a price on the inelastic portion of the demand curve. I need you to think of a monopoly here. Let's see how many of you are rocking this. Oh, yes. You guys get this. I love it. You guys love money. You know this one. This is just basic human greed. I'll give you a second for those of you who are lagging back here because of the stream. Oh, I love it. Come on, rack them up. Oh, and my Chrome has learned that I do like things capitalized, such as rack them up. Thank you. Thank you, captions. All right, most of you are right on the money. It's letter A. Yep, firms in the industry are going to earn economic profits in the long run. I cannot stress this enough. This is not AP Psych where we wonder about what the human condition is. In econ, we're the dismal science for a reason. We know, all right? We know that a person is a logical animal or a rational animal that is seeking their own self-interest through profit. If you think that every person is the same, they're all functioning under their own self-interest, trying to find profit. Now, what profit is dependent upon your culture. We got this. All right, but people are serving their own self-interest seeking and profit seeking, which means if they're all doing the same thing, they are predictable, and thus we can manipulate them. This, my dear friends, in micro and in macroeconomics is really the science of, for the lack of a better term, ruling. All right, so we've got, most of you are on it. Fantastic. Yes. In the long run, oops, there it is. In the long run, we are going for, you are going to see an industry that can earn economic profits in the long run. There's high barriers to industry or to entry. This is going to be things like patents. This is like things like government regulations. This is going to be a little bit of just buying people out. This is where monopoly and oligopoly powers come into play, which we're going to talk about. That's Unit 4. I'm going to walk you through those graphs later on. All right. We've skipped ahead because, well, the hour is nigh. All right. In the long run, equilibrium. At which of the following output levels will monopoly... let's try this again. Remix. All right. In a long run equilibrium, at which of the following output levels will a monopolistically competitive firm operate? A, where long run average total cost is at its minimum. B, where price equals marginal revenue. C, where price equals average total costs. D, where marginal revenue equals average total cost. And E, where marginal revenue equals average revenue. This question's mean. It knows what you're looking for, and it's just trying to be mean to you. I accept that question. Ooh, we've got all sorts of answers. I told you this question is this question's cruel. And most of you have the right concept because all of these answers are playing with a concept you do know. At least some of you. But I'm giving you all a chance to say that you know it, even if it's a total white lie. But you will know it by the end of tonight. Okay, so monopolistic competition. I'm going to give you the answer, and then I'm going to explain it for you real quick. Okay, it's trying to fool you. The answer is C. But don't worry, don't go running off to Discord. You need to keep your questions in that. Go keep that questions in the chat so Micro Queen Sharia can take over and answer this really nicely and succinctly. And you can go back and look at the question again before it gets lost in the sea of crowns that you're spanning Discord with, or should be. All right, so this one is tough because it's a monopolistic competitive firm, which means they're going to operate. We're going to go over a monopolistic competitive firm when we go over the graphs in Unit 3. It's just that the monopolistic competitive firm always chooses profit over any sort of total revenue increase. So they want profit. Remember, we're self-seeking, profit-centered. Go, go, go. All right, so for a monopolistically competitive company, they're going to push it in the long run. They're going to push it so that their price is going to touch ATC or the average total cost, but they choose not to be productively efficient. They're not going to do this. Why? Because that's not where the profit is maximized, my micro machines. No. We want the profit. So we're going to go MR equals MC, and then we're going to plant our flag and go on up on that graph. But it's going to touch average total cost, but it will never touch the minimum average total cost like our beautiful, 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 perfectly competitive firm will. It will never be that efficient. All right, so just know this is where price equals average total cost. You have to know your monopolistic. Oh, my goodness, why tonight? Okay, monopolistically competitive firm. You have to know that, and you have to know that graph in order to get this question. Otherwise, it's a fatty L. All right, so let's go ahead. We got one more or two. I can't remember how many I put. It happens when you age. All right, so question 14. The equilibrium quantity of labor. Wait, we got one more because this is Unit 5. The equilibrium quantity of labor used in the production of a good will be largest under which of the following conditions? A, when the labor market is monopsonistic. Isn't that a fun word? Monopsonistic. And the output market is perfectly competitive. When the labor market is monopsonistic and the output market is pure monopoly. When the labor market is perfectly competitive and the output market is pure monopoly. Or when the labor and output markets are perfectly competitive, or E, when the laborers are allowed to collude in setting a price. I love how they know human nature. All right, so let's take, somebody is confident and somebody is right. Love that. Big flex. There we go. 2 of you. Gotcha. All right, rock. Keep going, guys. All right, take a peek. This is Unit 5. This is our factor market / resource market. And this is forcing you to think about circular flow, which is in Unit 2. And I want you to think which option has the least amount of deadweight loss, and that will give you your answer. And I am so certain somebody is going to ask me what deadweight loss is, and I am here for it. I am here for you. We are all about the deadweight loss. So don't worry. I got you. I got you, boo. Excellent. Oh, most of you took that hint. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right. You guys are awesome. Yes, we want the market that are both perfectly competitive. So labor and output markets are both perfectly competitive. We are going to get the largest production of good under those conditions. Now, on the other hand, you have to realize nobody is happy in those conditions. This is in a perfectly competitive factor market and in a perfectly competitive labor market and perfectly competitive product market. Everyone is equally unhappy because everyone thinks they're being given a raw deal on this. But if everyone's equally unhappy, then everyone is equally satisfied. So it's kind of like syndrome. If everyone is special, then no one is special. Same thing here. Nobody's special. We're all being very productive and equal, and there's no DWL. All right, got one more, then one more, and then we're going to take a P&T break. All right, which of the following is true if the production of a good imposes external cost? This is going to be our unit 6. External cost, that's a mean phrase because you know that means externality. So letter A, market supply curve lies above the marginal social cost curve. An appropriate government policy would be to subsidize the production of the good. C, a competitive market will not provide the good at all. Or D, a competitive market will produce more than the socially optimal amount. And finally, a persistent market surplus would occur. So take a second, think about this logically. All right, you got it. All right, most of you are getting it. I'll wait till you hit about 60 of you, and then I'll show you the answer. Come on, I need 10 more of you. Again, you may be wrong, but don't be in doubt. You go for it, especially my digital people, because if you're going to be taking this test digitally, you can't go back. You can never go back. What was that movie? All Dogs Go to Heaven? Oh, geez. You're like, that's an old movie. Yes, it is. Excellent. There we go. Let's go ahead and get an answer going here. If you answered D, you are correct, and that is a Unit 6 answer. All right. All right, Micro, how you feel? All right, let's just take a quick temp check real quick. We're at the end of hour 1, and I just want to find out how well do you think you know Units 1 and 2? We're going to go ahead and just kind of leave this on your phone or as another tab on your go ahead and use this as like just keep this tab open because I'm going to be using this as temp checks throughout the hours. All right, so how well do you know Units 1 and 2? Are they fam? Are they that second cousin that comes in and, comes to the reunion every summer? Or do you know them like the person who just got on the bus? Okay, so I'm seeing most of you are like second cousin. You're like, you're comfortable with it. Or maybe there's some modesty bias going on here where you're like, I don't want to say that I really know these. Otherwise, I'm going to have problems. All right, so what I'd like you to do is if you have not downloaded the course and exam description from College Board, go ahead and grab that. That should be on the slides on one of the, go ahead and grab that at your leisure. We're going to take a minute. Time for T&P. So if you need to refill on your beverage of choice, mine is usually tea and it may be later as my voice starts to go. Right now, I am running hot on caffeine because I teach modern world and macro, which means I've had a lot of very nervous children who are probably, my micro kids at least should be in this class right now. If they are not, well, you, my non-children, but you're my kids too. So we will be learning together. And you'll be outperforming my own students because you are my students. All right, so take a second. If you need to use the restroom, go ahead and use the restroom. If you need to grab yourself a beverage, a snack, have at it. Let's tell you. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. All right, so we're going to abbreviate this FRQ, but that's okay. We're going to be, just because I'm a little over, but that's fine. So we're going to do a number one practice. We're going to set the stage here just to see where you guys are. And then we're going to go and we're going to review the FRQ. Now, remember, FRQ number one, it's one of the longer and more involved ones, but this one is not too bad. It's not forever. So give yourself a second, go get some paper, get a pen. Again, if your parents let you, use the walls, carve into stones from the mountaintop, do something. Okay, so go ahead and give this a second because this is going to calm your mind when you go into that part two of the exam because you're like, I did this. All right, so we're gonna head into that one. So we're first going to do an FRQ, and then we're going to review units 1 through 2. And again, I am going to run through unit 1 and 2, which shouldn't be too far. And units 1 is going to be, this is where everyone trips up about comparative advantage and absolute advantage. This is your basics of marginal benefits, marginal cost. And then we're going to go into unit 2, which is supply, demand, as well as elasticity and taxes, which we always cut off at the end, but not tonight. Tonight, we're doing our taxes. All right, so, and then if I've got time, I'm going to do general Q&A. Again, crowns up in Discord because Micro Queen Sharia, and I think Rupi might be here too from Macro. Would love if that might be awesome as well. But Sharia definitely is the Micro Queen. So she is, and I'm seeing her just type away at an unhuman level at this point, answering your questions. All right, please Keep her focused, so that make sure you're using the Fiveable site to make sure you're asking your questions there, and make sure that you're looking before you dive in with your question. Otherwise, accidents happen that way. All right, so I have talked long enough for you to buy you some time to get some paper and a pen. I prefer you to use pen because you're going to be using pen tomorrow. If you're not using pen tomorrow, you are not going to get scored tomorrow. So you are going to practice with pen. All right, so here we go. I want you to take a look at your watch or your clock. Most of you, I hope, unless you're using telekinesis or telepathic abilities, are looking at a computer or a phone, so there should be a clock nearby. Go ahead and note the time. It's 6:09 where I'm looking. So we are going to take 15 minutes. Don't worry, I have a watch with a timer on it. We're going to take 15 minutes, and you are going to do the following. And I will attempt to shut up or play music so that I can attempt to shut up. So this is a unit 1, or I'm sorry, this is a number 1 FRQ. So for those of you who may have a phone or maybe doing this on a phone, I'll read it to you. And then for those of you on a computer, pardon me as I insult your intelligence and read this to you. So number 1, a typical profit maximizing firm in a perfectly competitive constant cost industry is earning a positive economic profit. A, is the market price greater than, less than, or equal to the firm's price? Explain. B, draw correctly labeled side-by-side graphs for both the market and a typical firm and show each of the following. I, market price and quantity, labeled PM and QM. 2, or II, the firm's quantity, labeled QF. III, or 3, the firm's average revenue curve, labeled AR. IV, or 4, the firm's average total cost curve, labeled ATC. V, or 5, area representing total cost shaded completely. Ooh, you get to draw on this one. C, if one firm in the market were to raise its price, what will happen to its total revenue? Explain. D, now suppose the market is in long run equilibrium. The government gives a lump sum subsidy to each firm producing in the industry. Indicate whether each of the following will increase, decrease, or remain the same. I, the firm's quantity in the short run. Explain. And II, or 2, the market price and quantity in the long run. Explain. All right, now I will shut up for 12 minutes and 46 seconds as you do this. 10-minute warning. Five-minute warning. Oops, come back. I apologize for my dog Evie singing the songs of her people. She will be outside for this finale. Don't worry, it's Florida, it's warm. We're fine. Plenty of treats and snacks. And yet she still demands scarcity at work. "45 seconds left." And for your entertainment, I will give you the full proctoring experience for the last 15 seconds. What's for lunch? Have you decided what to have for lunch? All right, that's time. All right, let's go over some answers. For those of you who gave up, you can come on back, because you should not have given up. This is a good one. It's for for my people on the struggle bus. It's okay. Stay on the bus. Stay on the bus. Struggle through it, because you're going to end up in Successville. So let's go over some of these answers real quick, and let's go ahead and we're going to take it one step at a time. First off, if you are a self-study person, if you did not know this already, you need to, on your paper, label. On the AP, on digital, digital, they make this really easy for you. For the paper-based, they're going to give you a box that you're going to have to use. Label. Meaning, put the one in a corner and make sure you have A with the two little parentheses labeled somewhere. Please write legibly. As a reader, it really helps if I can read what you're trying to write. I want to give this point to you. I really do. But you're going to have to, I have to read it. All right, so letter A. Is the market price greater than, less than, or equal to the firm's price? And you're going to have to explain. Well, it already kind of gave you the hint. It gave you the hint that, first off, two sections to this. You need to straight up answer this question, and then you need to explain, which means We do not want a tome. Explain does not mean 3 sentences and a bloodline there. No, I just give me a one little phrase. Be efficient here, okay? Give me the one little phrase that answers the question or answers the prompt without spilling over, because you can actually argue yourself out of a point. So don't do that. Just give them what they want. So is the market price greater than, less than, or equal to the firm's price? Well, this is a profit maximizing firm in a perfectly competitive constant cost industry, which means it's a price taker. So the market price is going to be equal to the firm's price because it is a price taker. If you answered that, you're ready to rock and roll. All right, so that's all you need to say for explain, that it's the firm is a price taker. The firm is a price taker to the market price. All right, now B, don't worry, I'm going to show you what this looks like. Okay, B, draw the correctly labeled side-by-side graphs for both market and typical firm. Show each of the following. All right, now notice where it has I, V. By the way, there is a fascinating history to Roman numerals about the Roman market. Random here. Sorry, you're going to get random trivia crap, but it'll get you that prize in Trivial Pursuit, and then you'll be like, oh wow, Hope got me the cake. Well, yeah, I did. You're welcome. That 5, you see that V, and you're like, how did we get V out of 5? Look at your hand, and if you look at the palm of your hand, that V, all those Roman numerals were part of market prices in Roman markets, and they were showing hands. So if you think V, that's the full palm. So full palm, there's your hand. And if you want to think, why is X a 10? Well, put your palms together, and there's your 2 V's equals an X. Ta-da, there you go. Enjoy that Trivial Pursuit way. So in this section, I want you to make sure that you have labeled everything. You may be used to labeling your equilibriums, however, like Q1 or QE. If they've told you what they want the market price and quantity to be, meaning this number 1, label PM and QM, you have to do that. Otherwise, you don't get the point. So we want all the points, which means it's like, you want me to write it? PM? You betcha. You got it, reader. Here you go. All right, so make sure you're following this. So when in doubt, read. All right, so here's what it's going to look like. So you should have 2 markets like this. You need to have both. So A is there. Okay, we're going to do A and B a little bit, but your graph should look like this. So you have a market price, and we're going to go into this more when we get into Unit 3. Market price, you see the downward demand, high. Just keep your lines, keep your curve straight. D for demand. So downward for demand. So demand supply meet together at equilibrium. They've got that labeled as PM and QM. That price becomes the price of the firm. The firm is a price taker, and it drags it all the way over. And remember, our P equals our D, which equals our AR, which equals our MR. That is only in perfect competition. If you want the old standby little acronym for it to help, think Mr. DARP. Mr. DARP takes a nap, because Mr. DARP is taking he's sleepy. He's just going perfectly elastic there. All right, so P equals AR equals D equals MR. The firm itself, so you're going to, just making sure I've got this here. All right, so you're going to have the average revenue curve labeled AR, the firm average cost curve, ATC, and the area representing total cost shaded completely. All right, so here we go. For B, 1 point is earned by drawing a correctly labeled graph of the market with PM and QM. They did this, downward sloping demand curve, upward sloping supply curve. I've seen that a lot where students get panicked and they switch them. So just think D for demand and D for down. So 1 point is earned for identifying the firm's profit maximizing quantity. That's going to be where your P equals your MC, well, it should be MR equals MC. That's your profit maximizing one. And in this case, your MR equals your P. So again, we'll hit that again with Unit 3. 1 point is earned for showing a firm's average revenue curve labeled AR, which is horizontal at the price determined by the market. 1 point is earned by showing the firm's average total cost, the ATC curve, such as the MC curve is passing through the minimum of the ATC curve, and P is greater than ATC. 1 point is earned for showing the area representing total cost shaded completely. I will go back, show you what this looks like again. So they are making a profit here. Now notice, look where MR and MC hit. So MR and P equals MR in this situation, crosses the MC. We drop that anchor down at QF. Don't worry, when we go over graphs in hour 3, I'll show you how to do this. You're right. Let's go. B, 1 point is earned for stating the firm's total revenue will fall to 0 because the quantity decreases to 0, or because the firm is a price taker, because the firm is facing a perfectly elastic demand, firm loses all of its customers, or the firm has no market power. You give me any of those, or if any of your answers sound like that, you got the point. All right. Price, this is why we kind of stress price taker, wage taker in Unit 5. This is why we kind of just really harp on those terms, because AP harps on those terms. D, 1 point is earned for stating that a firm's quantity is going to remain the same in the short run. Why? Because it's a lump sum tax. There is a difference. We're going to talk about this in Unit 2. There is a difference between a lump sum tax and a per unit tax. Lump sum means it all happens at one point. It only affects one data point, which is an outlier. So the subsidy has no effect on marginal revenue and or marginal cost. It only will affect fixed cost and the total cost. You get 1 point for stating that the market price will decrease and the quantity will increase. And literally, folks, you can do like market price with an arrow pointing downward, with a Q with an arrow pointing upward. They accept that. All right. This is, if you are all about hieroglyphics at this point in terms of economics, go team. So 1 point is earned for the explanation that positive profits lead to entry of new firms that will increase the industry supply. So again, if there is profit, we'll talk about EPNEL, but if there is profit, it's going to be like putting a Jolly Rancher on the driveway. I live in Florida, and if you leave any sort of grain of sugar out at all, you're going to get ants. It's like Archer. This is why you wonder why we have ants. This is why we have ants. Do you want ants? Well, yes, I do want ants because I want profit. The thing is that as soon as there's a little bit of profit to be made, people will enter into the market until the profit has disappeared. If there's a loss, if you're taking an L, then people are going to leave or exit the market until those losses are neutralized. In the long run, with a perfectly competitive system, the economic profit equals 0. Now, that doesn't mean there isn't profit. It doesn't mean people aren't making money. It just means economic profit. I have squeezed every drop of juice out of this orange. This thing is only a rind and a prayer left. Okay, so let's talk about Units 1 and 2. Meanwhile, Micro Queen Sharia is answering your questions. I'm going to scan down here real quick, see what we got. Oh dear. There it is.
Meanwhile,
whoa, it's me,
Micro Queen
and I'm
Sharia
loud.
is answering
Stop it.
questions. Let's get it down here.
There we go. All right. I see Margot had a question on who is a price taker. We're going to get to that in Unit 3. So hang in there. Well, actually, Micro Queen Sharia will swoop in and answer that for me too. All right. This is what I mean by Units 1 and Units 2. If there is something you want to do before tomorrow noon, it is to know this map, to know this course map. So if you look at Unit 1, it's kind of a nice checklist. Do you know the definition of scarcity? Do you know what it is? Do you know about resource allocation? Do you know about economic systems? Are you familiar with the production possibilities curve? Are you familiar with comparative advantage? Can you do cost benefit analysis? Can you do marginal analysis and consumer choice? I will tell you right now, Mr. Clifford does a really nice job on consumer choice. That's that whole like marginal utility per dollar thing where how much marginal utility you can have. For time's sake, I'm going to let him do that. I'm going to focus on the two parts that really trip people up in Unit 1, at least for my students, and for some of you on Fiveable that you've asked questions about. So I'm going to try to help you out with that one. I'm going to pick two little parts. And then in supply and demand, I'm going to take a little bit of time to really kind of knock out price elasticity and really talk about taxes for a second, because that's where the curveballs are. If you took the macro test, you will notice that the language of the macro test is slightly confusing. And that's because the concepts are simpler. I don't mean that to say that they are simple. They aren't. They're simpler than micro. Micro is a little counterintuitive in places. So they end up making the questions super complicated. In micro, the questions are fairly straightforward, except in some places. And so that's where I'm going to take a second to show you the common traps that students fall into. And then all of a sudden they're like, no, I should have known. And it's like, and now I can say, yes, you should have. but because we warned you. All right, so this is your course map. This can be found in the CED, and I highly recommend that you can categorize these because it's going to help you go, oh man, where have I seen price elasticity of demand? Oh wait, that's part of supply and demand. Oh, that's unit 2. Okay, what was the next one? And it lets you breathe, it lets you think about related things. So let's go ahead. One of the big things, now I am pulling this directly from the CED 2020. All right, the CED course exam description guide. It tells you exactly what are the rules. What's the rules for AP? What are the rules they put on themselves? And this is where, as a teacher, I have to be super careful because they change sometimes. Now, I'm grateful to teach economics because we haven't really changed in 16 years, with the exception of a few things back and forth. So you'll see that with some things have changed with the Lorenz curve. Some things have changed with the Gini coefficient that we'll talk about in Unit 6. They've added some things, but they've also taken away some things. So production's possibilities curve, you guys know this from macro. In fact, you actually are going to use it way more in macro than you do in micro, which is odd to think about. So the production possibilities curve, and yes, we don't really have to worry about capital goods and consumer goods on this one. Aren't you thrilled? You should be. You're welcome. Welcome to micro, the warm, warm hug of the dismal science. So production possibilities curve, this is telling you what goods I can make. So if it's linear, which they are probably not going to ask in a multiple choice question, in a FRQ question at all, because they've only given you the bowed out version, which means this is going to be increase in opportunity cost. So this means that I can choose, let's say I've got one, I have a machine that makes bicycles, and I have a machine that makes kites. All right, so going into summer. So bicycle, kites, we've got softball equipment, all sorts of fun stuff. So I've got these two summer things, but I have two distinct machines, which means I can choose to make one, but it means for every choice to make one thing, to every choice to make a bicycle, I have to say no. I have to choose not to make a certain number of kites. So if you look at the production possibilities curve, I can have an entire assortment that are properly or efficient. If you look at letter A, anything inside the production possibilities curve is inefficient. For those of you coming off the macro exam, you know this is like high unemployment. It means the people aren't dead, they just don't have a job. Same thing here. If I am making, now micro, I'm in a small scale here. So if I'm making only like 2 kites and 2 bicycles, then, or 2 units of good Y and 2 units of good X, well, I'm being inefficient. I need to, and what's the opportunity cost of moving from A to B? Nothing. There is no cost. And you're like, well, what about my free time? No, not in micro. Efficiency is the norm, which means you should have no extra time to do anything. Well, no, that's not true. But B is efficiency. It doesn't matter where on the line you are. You can completely specialize, meaning that you only produce good Y and you trade for good X, that we'll talk about in a second with comparative advantage. But there are no morally wrong choices as long as you're on the line. Now, if you're outside the line, making like 10 bicycles and 10 kites, or at least put the quota up, well, then you're in the first 5 years plan of Stalin, and that's unattainable or unsustainable. And people just lie on their quota books. All right, so it's unattainable or unsustainable. So you want to ride that line. If you want to think about marathon running, that C in marathon running, or if you run cross country, that's where you decide, you've seen those people that sprint at the starting line. That's unattainable or unsustainable. You're like, okay, I'm glad you're winning for the first 2 yards. B is efficient. It means I can go forever here. All right, so that's going to be a production possibilities curve. Now this one, again, I am going to run through this. I'm going to run through this very quick. So specialization means I choose not to produce something in order to produce something else. For example, you're making this choice right now. You could choose to binge on Netflix for the next hour or listen to me droll on about micro. And why are you doing this? And then you're pausing to think, why am I doing this? No, because you want something more. You don't want to have to take this in college. You want to club out. So to do that, you're saying, okay, I am going to sacrifice not watching Netflix for an hour or not talking to my friends for an hour in order to gain something else. And that's where we're going to look at opportunity cost per unit. Okay. So what is, if I specialize in something, I'm giving up producing good X to produce more of good Y. So if with opportunity cost, we see this with other countries, that some countries, even though they can make everything, it doesn't mean they are. They can actually have, they may have absolute advantage in something, but they don't necessarily have comparative advantage. Okay, now students trip up on this. If you have a CRAM pass, like the full CRAM pass, and you want to go back to the replays where I spend forever on this, go team. Actually, I take that back. We're actually going to do a little activity here with it. But let me just go ahead and give you, for those of you who are completely lost, I'll give you some formulas that you need. Opportunity cost per unit. How do we find this? We take the opportunity cost and we divide it by the units gained. Done. All right, so terms you need. Absolute advantage. Absolute advantage, there's two types. It's raw data, all right? So absolute advantage, I want you to think there's output. There's absolute advantage in output. So think soccer game or baseball. It means all things being equal with the equal amount of time, equal amount of players, equal amount of crappy refs, equal amount of everything. One person is going to produce more goals or more runs than the other person / team. All right. So raw data, if it's output, that means I am trying to make the most of equal. I got two people playing, one person's going to produce more. And in that situation, I want you to think, ooh, all right, or oh. That means other goes over. For output, other goes over. Or, so just kind of keep that in your head for a second. Those of you who are pros at this, you already know this. All right. Or the absolute advantage might mean you produce them with the least amount of resources. So think track or golf. All right. So if you're like, oh my goodness, if you get the highest score in golf, you didn't win. All right. I don't care what your dad told you. All right. No, if you get the highest score in golf, that's not how we play, sweetie. So if this means that you got the same amount of distance, you put the little ball into the hole, the same amount of distance as everybody else, but you took less strokes to get there. Or in terms of track, like everybody has to run the same 100 yards or meters, I'm sorry, but you have to run the same 100 meters, but some people take 10 seconds, if you're Usain Bolt, or you're me, you take a few days. So that's where an input, it takes less resources to go in there. So in this situation, you're going to think IOU. So if it's input, I of the IOU, the other goes under. The reason we're flipping this fraction around is because we want to find comparative advantage. Comparative advantage, so absolute advantage, raw data. Comparative advantage, this is the country that can produce the good for the lowest opportunity cost. All right, so input and output, we change things up. This is why OO and IOU, it's the same here. It's the lowest opportunity cost because we've messed with the fraction a little bit. At the end, we're going to talk terms of trade. And this is the country's agreement of exchange goods, meaning how much do I have to trade? How many cookies do I have to trade for that Twinkie at lunch? All right, and the answer is all of them because give me that Twinkie. All right, so how this looks. So for those of you that have done the CRAM, well, I just stole it because I'm efficient, that's why. All right, so let's go ahead and look at this. So how many shoes can we make in an hour? All right, so again, I'm gonna walk you through this for the sake of time. So we're gonna move here. So input or output, number made in an hour. Well, this is output because it's 1 hour. How many can I make? Can I make more shoes? Can I make purses? It depends on the country. So I've got country X and country Y. Country X can make 20 shoes. Country Y can make 10. Country X can make 20 purses. Country Y can make 5. All right. So is this input or output? Baby, this is output. All right. Now, which country should import and export? All right. Now let's do some math. All right. So it's output. And we first are going to look at shoes. Now, remember, other goes over. So if I look at shoes, country X, so if you look in the middle here, see if you can actually see my cursor. Whee! All right, so if I look at shoes here, country X can make 20 shoes, but it could also make 20 purses. Remember, it can't make both because that's unsustainable or unobtainable. So I'm going to put the other goes over, and this is something that AP likes to do. They like to make the math simple, especially for paper-based because you don't have a calculator. Digital, expect the math to be a little bit more complicated because they assume you have a calculator. If you don't, it's fine. But if you're a digital exam, I'd have one. If they allow it, go. Have fun. All right, so for shoes, this is going to be easy because the other goes over. So 20 purses over 20 shoes, 20 divided by 20. This is going to be one S, or one shoe, is going to equal one purse. And then I really don't have to think math too much because I can just go on the other one. So 20 shoes or 20 purses, other goes over. So 20 shoes over 20 purses equals 1P, or one purse is going to equal one shoe. For every purse I am producing, I am deciding not to produce that shoe. Now, country Y is where we get things crazy. All right, so in country Y, it can produce 10 shoes, but it can also produce 5 purses. So other goes over, so 5 over 10 is going to be 0.5. So 1S is going to equal 0.5 of a purse. So deciding to make one shoe means I give up a half of a purse in production. However, if I decide to make purses, only purses, other goes over. So 10 shoes over 5 purses. One purse to produce is going to cost me 2 shoes. So who's got comparative advantage? Remember, we're only going to be dealing with 2 countries, nothing more complicated than that. So with 2 shoes, or with shoes, you have 1S equals 1P, or 1S equals 0.5 of purse. Which one has the lowest? Well, country Y. So country Y can make shoes for far less purses than country X can. So country Y should export shoes, meaning it only makes shoes, and it's going to import purses. Wait, I skipped a step here. Okay, so purses, if they're competitive, if they've got comparative advantage in one, then the other country has comparative advantage in the other. If you hadn't guessed that by now. So in this situation, for purses, one purse equals one shoe, or one purse could equal 2 shoes. Well, 2 shoes is a little expensive. So so country X should export purses, meaning it sends it out, and import shoes. They're going to trade with each other. So what are the terms of trade? And this is where everyone has a problem. All right, terms of trade. I'm going to make it easy for you. Pick one. Just pick one. Shoes or purses. Just pick one. Sometimes they'll tell you which one to say. They'll say, in terms of purses, like 1P, all right, in terms of purses, how many shoes should they trade for? I say just pick one. If they leave it up to you, just what are the terms of trade? Pick one. So in this situation, I'm going to pick purses. So 1P. Well, I have a choice. I can either I either have 1S, one shoe, and the highest I have is 2 S's. So a mutually beneficial trade that won't screw over either party is going to be in between those opportunity cost choices. So what's in between 1 and 2? Well, I've chosen 1.5. That's a correct answer, but so is 1.01. However, somebody needs to fire that diplomat because that deal sucks. All right, so the thing is that 1 to 2, 1.0001 and 1.99999, all that range is a correct answer. It's a range question. How they decide the terms of trade in between is going to be a question of negotiation. So just kind of keep that in mind. All right, I'm going to go through this one really fast. Hours needed to make shoes or purses. Same numbers, but this is hours needed to make. So in this situation, country X takes 20 hours to make the same amount of shoes as country Y takes 10 hours to make the same amount of shoes. For purses, country X takes 20 hours to make purses versus country Y, which takes 5. This is an input question. All right, this is an input question. So in this situation, the other goes under. So which country should import and export now? So if it's still 1-to-1 for country X because those are easy numbers. Country Y is where you really see it. So in country Y, again, they can take 10 hours to make shoes. So in this situation, the other goes under. So the other, meaning those purses, the other thing it makes, it goes under. It becomes the denominator. And so I take 10 shoes divided by 5 purses. Bada bing, 1S equals 2P. All right. Or in the other way. So 5 purses over 10 shoes. Boom, 1P equals 0.5S. All right. Terms of trade are the same because the numbers are the same. It's just things have kind of switched around here. All right. I think we're okay with that one. Let's talk price elasticity. All right, because this one is really going to be, this one's going to be a problem. All right, price elasticity, 4 types. All right, 2 things you need to know. And I want you to just remember, easy way to remember this, micro machines. This is where you all pay attention because I'm going to give you the keys to the kingdom on this one. I want you to think of quarter pounder. All right, quarter pounder. Say it to yourself, quarter pounder. All right, so price elasticity of demand. This is where people get confused. It's going to be the percentage change. That delta means change, okay? So percentage change in the quantity demanded over a percentage change in price. I have seen people flip around with their questioning, well, which one goes on top? Is it quantity or price? Quarter pounder, QP, all right? Quarter pounder, wow, not powder, caption. All right, pounder. So quarter pounder, QP, quantity is your numerator, price is your denominator. So QP, easy, easy. And you're like, well, how do I find the percentage change? Well, you take the new number, you subtract the old number, you divide it by the old number, and then you times by 100. Bada bing, done. All right, you've got your percentage change. Now, here you go. So PE, you've got four elasticities that you absolutely need to know for Unit 2. PED, PES, XED, or YED. Price elasticity of demand, price elasticity of supply, cross elasticity of demand, income elasticity of demand. Okay, we're going to make this easy for you because AP has made this way easier than it was in previous years. Okay, price elasticity of demand, think law of demand. All right, and for this stupid thing, I'm actually going to embarrass myself, and I'm going to embarrass you too, because we are all going to stand where we're at. I'm going to move this lovely chair, and we are going to do the demand dance. I know, you're so excited. All right, so demand, and this is where I really need you to remember what goes first. What is the trigger? Price and the quantity demanded. If the price, law of demand, if the price increases, the quantity demanded decreases. If the price decreases, price goes first. If the price decreases, the quantity demanded increase. Okay, price increases, quantity demanded decreases, price decreases, quantity demanded increases. Demand dance, whee! Okay, law of supply. Price increases, doo-doo. All right, well, it's direct. Price increases, supply is going to increase here as well. If the price decreases, supply decreases as well, or the quantity supplied will decrease. Price increases for supply, quantity is supplied is going to increase. And there's an easy way to think about this. As I switch over to the CRAM tab, go, go, go. Ta-da! There you go. Actually, see that chart. All right. I want you to think, law of demand tells us what happens. If the price moves, the quantity is going to move too. The quantity demand is going to move too. But how much? How responsive is this demand curve? All right, so this is what elasticity talks about. Same thing with supply. We know that if the price increases, I'm more likely to supply it. For example, if my price of babysitting, if my mom says, hey, I need you to babysit your baby brother, if it's during prom, I'm going to be like, ooh, that's a no for me, dog. However, if she goes, look, I know it's prom, I know it's bad, so can we just, I will pay you $1,000 and cover your dress and all your fees. You know what? I might stay home from prom. I'm more willing to supply that if the price goes up. So the thing is that if price is the mover. Price is going to, price is the truck, quantity is the trailer, all right? Price moves first. So elasticity tells us what or how responsive this is to the price change. So that's one of the reasons why price is in the denominator. So price elasticity of demand, we are looking at the percentage of quantity demanded changed over the percentage change in price. So if the price increases by, let's say, 5%, and the quantity demanded decreases, remember it should be an indirect relation or an inverse relationship. All right, so the price increases, we should see a quantity demanded decrease. So this number is going to be negative. Don't worry, if it's PED or a PES, we take the absolute value. All right, if it is 0, it's real. We're all looking at our relationship to 1 here. If it is 0, that means, if I have a 0, that means that the quantity, the price has changed, but the quantity demanded has not. So let's go. Let me show you how this, whoops, no, I don't want to show you that. Stop. All right, to the board. Let's figure this out. All right, to the chart. Let me show you how this looks. All right, move chair. We have no room for you in econ. All right, mind your P's and Q's. Look at that board. All right, mind your P's and Q's. So when we're saying demand, And let's say it's 0. That means the price has changed. All right. If it's 0, that means percentage change and quantity demanded over the percentage change in price. All right. If this is 0, if the quantity hasn't moved, it means it hasn't changed. It means no matter what the price is doing, this sucker is going to not move, which means it is what we call perfectly inelastic. Hey, macro kids, where have we seen this before? Oh yeah, that would be a money supply graph. All right, so we do see this in macro. We see it way more in macro actually, but we're going to see this a lot in micro as well. So this is going to be perfectly inelastic. Easy way to remember this, think perfectly inelastic. It looks like an I, right? So if you think that way, inelastic, then you're like, well, what about, hey, if it is, let's talk about if the price doesn't change no matter what. Now we got a problem. If the price doesn't change no matter what, that means that my percentage change in price is 0. All right, now let's say it moves, the percentage change in price doesn't move. However, the quantity moves by 40%. Yeah, if you can get your PhD trying to figure out that one if you can come up with an answer. The problem is we have a price that's not moving. This price, this quantity can move whatever, and it's going to be perfectly elastic, which we're going to remember, okay? So if perfectly inelastic is vertical and it looks like an I, this sucker, this entire thing looks like a capital E. So just think elastic on that one. Easy peasy, you got it. So perfectly elastic and inelastic. Once you get the perfects down, you can kind of understand what it's doing. So if something is more elastic, it means that it's a little bit more tilted. Now, it's not the entire curve. I know it's just like the data points. And let's go with the curve for a second. All right, so it means it's going to be a little bit more tilted, at least at that data point. If it's more inelastic, it means it's going to be the data point's a little bit steeper. It means that I can move this price and the quantity disproportionately reacts to it. Gas prices right now. Gas prices have risen exorbitantly, but the quantity demanded of them hasn't changed that much. Whoops, let's go the other direction. Hasn't changed that much because it's an inelastic good. This is why gas don't go on sale. Wouldn't it be nice to have a BOGO or buy one, get one free for gas? Not going to happen because it's an inelastic good. You're going to get that on cereal, ain't going to get it on gas. Lo siento. All right, let's go ahead and go back. So that disproportionate idea, moving the easel back. All right, the disproportionate idea gives you a better idea of what demand is looking at. And on the corners, I've left you some just kind of hints of how to figure these out. PED and PES are all about relationships to one. XED and YED, they don't care about relationships for one. It used to be the old curriculum. It's not about it now. You're really looking at, is the coefficient, is it positive or negative? If it is positive, so with XED, cross-price elasticity of demand, this is going to be your percentage change in the quantity of product 1 over the percentage change of product 2. If this is positive, all right, if the cross-price of demand is positive, that means that it is a substitute. Okay, now I want you to think about this because it's it's easy to think about in a way. All right, ready? Work with me here. So on the shelf, I've got Lucky Charms and Cheerios. Both cereals I like, but really it's dependent upon what's on sale at the time. So if the price of Lucky Charms increases, I'm like, ooh, it's sitting right there next to Cheerios. And I'm like, my demand for Lucky Charms, because prices increase, my demand of Lucky Charms has gone in the toilet. So my demand of Lucky Charms has gone in the toilet, but my demand for the substitute, I'm grabbing those Cheerios. So my demand has increased for the substitute. So note what's going on there, as I'm not that good when it comes to transitions. There we go. All right, so cross-price elasticity is if this sucker is positive, meaning if the price of product 2 has risen, price of Lucky Charms has gone up, and the quantity demanded of Cheerios has gone up as well, If they're positive, you got yourself a substitute. If it's negative, and again, this is going to make more sense, not as much sense as that. All right, if it's negative, that means the price has risen. Actually, we'll stop sharing for a second. Here you go. All right, so if I look at that, if I'm looking at a complement, we're talking about Lucky Charms and milk. So if the price of milk has decreased, all right, so follow me in this logic here. The price of milk has decreased. It's gone on sale. Never buy milk that's on sale. It's kind of odd. All right, so the price of milk has decreased. The demand for milk, because it's on sale, has increased. Thus, I'm like, what else can I use all this milk for? My demand for Lucky Charms has now increased. Everybody get where we're going with that? So that means if the price decreases on product A, and it increases on product B, we got ourselves a complement. All right. And that is something that will pop up. All right, so that's a compliment. That's a compliment, not a compliment. Okay, it's not an I. You're not being like, this is a great product. Shut up. All right, no, it's going along with it. It's a compliment to it. All right, income elasticity. All right, let's talk about Supreme, Gucci, Fendi, Prada. You can finish that song, even though it's quite catchy, and I will not finish it on the stream. All right, so income elasticity. If my income has increased and I'm looking at the good, I'm looking at people's demand for Gucci, Fendi. All right. If I'm looking at that, I don't know what Fendi is. Okay. Love to see my Southern accent pop up in the captions. Fantastic. All right. So if so the quantity demand, if my income has increased and Gucci starts selling more and Gucci and Fendi start selling more, Louis Vuitton, all those luxury items start going, that means it's going to be positive. Income's increased, the quantity demanded is increased. Bada bing, we got ourselves a normal good. However, if I'm in the grocery store and my income has decreased, we're in a recession, oh, macro kiddos. All right, if I'm in a recession and my income has decreased enough that I'm reaching for the Lucky Charms and I'm like, I can't pay the $3.69 for it. So I'm just going to go over and pay $2.50 for the Magical Treasures lookalike Great Value brand. All right. I'm taking the generic one, the inferior good. So if my income has decreased and the quantity of Magical Treasures has increased, that's going to give me a negative coefficient, which means it's an inferior good. All right. So let's talk about taxes. I'm going a little bit over time and I don't care. So here we go. Let's talk about taxes. So first off, we need to talk, and before we talk taxes, let's talk about consumer surplus and producer surplus. Consumer surplus, I'm going to go over that in a second, but consumer surplus, look where the price is and then track up, and that's going to be consumer surplus. Producer surplus is everything underneath the price. This is what producers are going to have a benefit. A tariff, you need to know how to graph it. All right, so when we're talking about this, you need to know how to graph a tariff. It's a tax. Quota, you're going to know what it is, but you will not be asked to graph a quota. This is a change from previous curriculums, okay? So you will not be asked, you may be asked what's something that a government can do, but you will not be asked to graph this. Isn't that lovely? You then have price ceilings and price floors, which I'm not going to spend too much time on it because other people have on videos that are 3 minutes and you can watch those. So let's first talk, wait a minute, I thought I had, okay. I do have consumer surplus lurking, but apparently I wanted to do taxes. I was very excited about taxes. There is a difference on taxes, and you've already seen a little bit where they throw that curveball. Excise tax, which is a per unit tax on producers. If it's per unit, it's going to affect every data point. And then there's a lump sum tax. This will not shift the curve. It does not shift marginal cost at all. It's the only per unit taxes are actually going to change the curve. Let's say we just recently had a bill that passed Congress in the United States for flavored cigarette market. So they just said they're going to slap some taxes on it. Actually, they're going to do more than that, but that's another story for another day. So they want people to decrease their smoking, and so they're really going to slap a nice tax on flavored cigarettes. So they're going to slap a per unit tax of $2 on each unit produced. So for every unit that's produced, there's a $2 tax going on there. Before the government intervention, you've got the equilibrium price at being $5 with 5 units covered. All right. Taxes are vertical. Get this in your head. Taxes are vertical. All right. So it's per unit, which means at every unit, we now have to bring this up by $2. So for every unit, it's now become $2 more expensive, all right, to produce. That doesn't mean you're going to be charged that. It just means that the supply line has to move. All right, tax is vertical. So if I take all those little red lines, notice what I was doing, and I play connect the dots, I'm going to get a new supply curve. And it looks like supply has shifted left, but it shifted left shifted left artificially, because what's happening here is that you're going to have it's just a complete change up with that. All right, now, so notice what's happening. The demand curve has not changed. So the red part, that's the tax, but it doesn't mean that they're going to have to price it at $6. And this is where elasticity matters, okay? If demand hasn't moved, and so you would think that they're going to charge $7 for this pack of cigarettes. Not true. What they're going to do is they're going to price it again, and that means the tax on producers, the producer can only shove some of that tax on the consumer to pay for. And it all depends on elasticity. So the price with tax is going to be slightly in the middle. Now let's talk about, let's graph that real quick. And I know I'm over time and I really need this down. So we're going to graph that. All right, to the graph. Let's graph a tax. We love graphing. It's so much fun. Okay, graphing a tax. QP, downward demand, upward sloping supply curve. Here's my flavored cigarettes, flavored cigars. Before government intervention, this is my price at equilibrium. Drop that anchor down. There's my quantity produced at equilibrium. Here's my, let's say this is $5. All right, so here's my $2 tax. I'm going to make that $7, but that's not the price we're going to be at. I'm just kind of tracking this so that I'm somewhat there. So label. This is S plus tax. All right, so we got to shift over here. So a leftward shift, which means this old supply curve can't work. Follow me, my children. Here we go. So this new equilibrium where demand hits. All right, we're going to say that's $6. All right, everybody with me? Great, fantastic. All right, this new equilibrium, I'm going to keep my old price here. This new price, anything above this is your consumer surplus. All right. What's happened with my consumer surplus? It's decreased, right? All right. So then I need to drop it like it's hot over here. This new equilibrium is going to drop down to that old supply curve and then track over. All right. And so in this case, so it's a $2. So this should be this box should equal the $2 tax because it's the distance. It's going to be the distance between this line and this line. That should equal $2. So it's $2 here, little distance here, $2. And if my quantity is 5, this little box here is all going to the government. Fantastique. Which means if it's $6, my old equilibrium was 5. How much does the consumer pay to the government? Because that whole box is going to the government. Ain't going to any producer. It's not going to a consumer. This is the third party involved. So if this goes down to $4, so I'm going to have how much CS, or how much does the consumer have to pay? 1 times 5. All right, so $1, 5 units produced. Oh, I'm sorry, whoops, I lied. We're going to go to 4 here because we're not at our old equilibrium. Bad hope. There we go. Drop that anchor down. Caught my mistake. All right, so 4 units. So $1 at 4 units, boom, tax is going to be $4. All right, or $2, sorry. Check that. Total tax, $2 at 4 units. The total tax is going to be 2 times 4, $8. How much is paid for by consumers? $1, 5 to 6. multiplied by the units themselves, $4. So $4 from the consumers going to the tax, and then $1, 4 to 5, $1 times 4, $4 here from the producers going to the tax. Government's going to get $8 here. That's the box. Top part's that old equilibrium. What other colors do I have? There we go. That old equilibrium is your dividing point. Everything up here, consumer surplus, but now consumer surplus has to cough up a box for the tax. Producers, all the way down here, producer surplus was here. However, now they have to cough up a box to give that to the government. They love that oh so much, let me tell you. All right, and that's going to be the tax. Here's the entire tax box. This one is paid for by producers underneath the price, underneath the old price. This one's produced by or given by the consumer surplus. And you're like, well, what about this lovely triangle here? Hey, it's deadweight loss, our old friend. Deadweight loss. Let's talk about deadweight loss for a second. Deadweight loss is nothing more than opportunities that have been lost. It's not just money, it's opportunities. This is economic opportunity cost. So it's everything you've given up in order to get this thing produced. And let's go back. I'm sure I have that covered somewhere else. Now let's talk about global trade real quick. Now again, elasticity is going to matter. Bringing up my chair. All right, so elasticity is going to matter because that's going to matter where things hit. All right, so we've got in trade, we've got world price, which is foreign prices, might be lower than domestic prices. This is one of the reasons if you go to the grocery store, you'll see that ginger is actually, we'll say China or Costa Rica on it right now, even though the South and the Southern United States actually make some really, really good ginger. But domestic ginger market, it's got a high price. I'm going to keep it at 5 here. So our consumer surplus, north of the price line, producer surplus south of the price line. But what if the world price is $2? Notice that this is only the domestic ginger market. If it's $2 and we allow free trade here, there's no deadweight loss before, but at $2, just like with Costa Rica or Chinese ginger just pouring into the country, well then consumer surplus is amazing. Because I want you to think, there is one idiot, if you look at that price line, there was one idiot who was willing to pay $10 for a unit of ginger. That person's a moron, okay? But you know what? People make a lot of money off morons. So Adam, we've got Adam, Bob, Carl, they're all there, all right? So Adam is willing to pay $10 for one thing of ginger. Carl's willing to pay $9 for it. I'm sorry, Bob is willing to pay $9 for it. Carl's willing to pay $8. Doug's willing to pay $7. Ethan's willing to pay $6. And finally, you got Fred who's willing to pay $5. All right. It used to be $5, which means that Adam, a moron up there with $10 willing to pay, he gets to save 5 of those dollars. That's the consumer surplus. All right. So that's what we're talking about. They only have to pay $5. Well, then one moron company was willing to make one of these, was willing to produce a ginger for $1. All right. They're a moron. All right. But not a whole lot of people are willing to supply. As the price goes up, more and more are willing to supply it, which means that at $5, even the person or the company that was willing to produce one is going to be making way more. There is no deadweight loss. They have maximized it. With the world price coming down to 2, producer surplus gets absolutely crushed because only 2 companies are willing at this place to produce 2 units for $2. However, consumer surplus is just having good times, fun times. All right. So what happens when we put a tariff on it? So let's say we've got a $2 tariff on imports. What happens is that I take that $2, I'll show you the before here, and we're going to raise up the $2 with the tariff. Okay. Which means we now, with that world price plus tariff or plus T, that means that I've pushed up producer surplus. That green box is what's getting paid for by the government. Consumer surplus still gets a lot, but it keeps a tariff keeps domestic production alive. However, because of that tariff, we now have 2 little triangles on the side, which is deadweight loss. Inevitably, you are going to have this as a multiple choice question. Happens most years, okay? Most years, you're going to get a multiple choice question asking you to identify things like where the deadweight loss is on this. So know where it is. There is nothing underneath that tariff box, Okay, it's only on the sides of where underneath is just kind of empty because there ain't no production there. However, you do have deadweight loss where you used to have consumer surplus. All right, we're going to take. I'm going to take an abbreviated break because we need to move, and I might actually skip an FRQ so we can go directly into content. So let's take a break. We'll play some music for you. Whatever you're doing, I hope you grab some tea, grab some coffee. Lord knows I'm running on caffeine, and I bet you guys are too. Woo! Welcome to week 2 of exams, but we're almost done, except for my poor digital friends. Poor digital friends, you've got a few more weeks on your belt there to go. All right, we were going to do practice FRQ number 2, but for the sake of time, I'm going to just talk you through it. All right, so then we're going to skip right on to the review of it, and then I want to go into Unit 6. So if you guys remember that our Mentimeter, had to think, old brain had to think of that for a second. All right, I want you to think about Unit 6. How do you feel about Unit 6? Let me go ahead, and if you should have this on a tab opened up. It should be on the Mentimeter one that I just realized some of you may have logged out of, unfortunately. Again, some of you are just coming back. Oh, somebody was on. Yay. All right, I want you to think about Unit 6. And don't worry, I'll go ahead and talk to you about what Unit 6 is for a second. We're talking about market failure. And the reason why is I've already talked about taxes a little bit, and now I want to put those into effect. And so we're going to talk market failure and the role of government. For my macro kids, you'll be like, oh, girl, I got this one. And then I'll be like, well, maybe you did. And then we'll get there. All right. So, okay, I got a few of you that are confident. Good. I'm glad. All right, Unit 6. I get a lot of, I feel meh, some sus people here. I don't know about you, but I have students that draw Among Us characters all over my classroom, and it drives me absolutely batty. I don't know why, but I have just found Among Us characters in my books. I found one behind my clock. Like, my children. Lord have mercy on us all. Please don't do that to your teacher, by the way. Okay, so give you a second. All right, got a lot of mez. I got a lot of sus. I feel great. Good. Good. All right, so for time, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about FRQ number 2. Suppose research shows that more college education individuals receive, the more responsible citizens they become and less likely they are to commit crimes. Like, whoa, that escalated quickly. Oh, in 2011 microeconomics. I feel personally attacked. All right, so they're less likely to commit crimes. So A, draw a correctly labeled graph for the college education market and show each of the following. The private market equilibrium quantity and price of college education, labeled QM and PM, respectively. The social optimal quantity of education, labeled QS. Deadweight loss at the market equilibrium, completely shaded, like this question, which is completely shady. Assume the government imposes an effective or binding price ceiling on a price of college education, and then show the price ceiling on your graph in part A, labeling the price ceiling as PC. By the way, if you see that letter B there, that number 1, you see where it says show the price ceiling on your graph in part A? This is new. This is a new issue. That means one graph. Please do not draw 2 graphs and then label your B1 there. That won't get you the point. You got to follow directions. Okay. Some of this is, are you able to follow simple instructions? And usually you are, but sleep deprivation and fear just kind of takes it out of people. All right. So we're going to assume the government imposes an effective or binding price. Okay. So does this price ceiling increase, decrease, have no impact on the deadweight loss in the industry? And explain. Do yourself a favor when on paper-based children. And even digital, when you get to annotate this, make sure you're underlining the words how, explain, and calculate, because those are sneaky points. That means that they may be worth 2 points or they might be worth 1, meaning that I can't even get the freebie point. Usually it'll say, like in B2, does the price ceiling increase, decrease, or have no impact on the deadweight loss in the industry? Okay, you just have to say, you have to start that out saying increase, decrease, or have no impact. All right, but then that explain is the problem, because you have to add more than just what they're asking than the stated answer. Then C, assume that instead of the price ceiling, the government grants each student a subsidy for each unit of college education purchased. Will the new equilibrium quantity of college education purchased be greater than, less than, or equal to QM from part A? Breathe, think back. Hey, more college education individuals receive, the more responsibilities they become. That means that it's a good thing, right? Well, all of a sudden you're like, good things. We probably want more of that. Oh, crap. This is unit 6. This is a positive externality. I got this. All right. So this is what your graph should look like. All right. So go ahead, mind your P's and Q's, throw up a Gator graph. All right. So throw up a Gator graph. You're going to have the price of college education, the quantity. You can just put P and Q, by the way, so you don't have to do all the fancy things. So price of college education, the quantity of college educations. All right. Now, the thing is, you want more of it. And there's a market failure. Again, there's market failure here because the supply of it, and some of you have discovered this with college admissions, by the way. You might be the smartest person in the world, ready to cure cancer, but that college, that elite college you want to go to, they're like, you full pay? And then all of a sudden, if you're full pay, they put you off into another pile. But we'll save that very long rant for another day. However, if you're willing to pay the $70,000 a year to some elite Ivy League institution, or even just Northeastern institution, or 72, I see you, New York. But if you're willing to pay that, then you get that education. However, most of us don't even make 72 in a year, much less 72 just to spend at university for 4 years, if not more, if you decide to change your major. So instead of that, there's been a marginal private benefit for those people willing to pay, and there's a marginal social benefit, meaning that with more college education, if that's correlated to less crime, well, if we give a lot more people college education, well, then we should have a larger social benefit to it. The problem is more college education, i.e. more demand, is going to kick that demand line out. We now have 2 separate demand lines. We have a marginal private benefit and a marginal social benefit. And we are currently at QM, but QS is going to be the socially optimal quantity. All right, so you're going to have this graph here. Notice the market equilibrium is going to be PM. Our desired equilibrium, our socially optimal equilibrium is going to be price 1 or P1, and QS, that S stands for quantity, the quantity produced that's socially optimal. All right, now, This is where we get into rent controlled apartments, those of you who live in New York. All right, so we're going to then, so 1 point earned for correctly labeled graph, showing the equilibrium price and quantity in PM and QM. 1 point earned for showing the MSB curve above the MPB curve, and for showing the socially optimal quantity. I'm going to tell you why they're saying that showing above thing, because the 2020 curriculum has a curveball in it that I don't know what they're going to do, but I don't think they're going to do it. I'm going to just preface it with that. All right, 1 point is earned by shading the area representing the deadweight loss. Meaning, look at the difference between QM and QS. Now, this is a little bit of, this is your debate. So if you're in macro and you're like, oh, Keynesian versus Hayek versus Marx, all that fun stuff. This is where kind of rubber meets the road with it, and we just ignore it for terms of macro, in terms of micro. The thing is, we're just going to assume there's a socially optimal cost that's calculated. There's a supply line that we can actually calculate. In real life, that's way harder. That's why real economists kind of earn 7 figures, if not more. So we want to push that. We want to increase the amount of college education, which is going to increase the price. So what do we need to do? The 1 point is earned. That means that there's currently, with the current QM and PM, there is a dead weight loss there. We should be producing more. There should be more opportunities there. So letter B, 1 point is earned for showing an effective, otherwise known as a binding price ceiling below PM. All right, price ceilings and price floors. Oh boy. All right. I'm going to try to explain this to you, but I have to go back to the board. Messy graph time. Is that Willy Wonka song? Willy Wonka. Well, messy graph time. All right, P's and Q's, mind your P's and Q's. When we're talking price ceilings and price floors, hopefully you remember these. If not, crash course. Only not trademark. 5-level course? CRAM session? There we go. All right, messy graph. My S and D, here's my equilibrium. Boop, 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 boop. Price of equilibrium. Pretend that looks like an E. Quantity equilibrium. All right. A price, think floors or ceilings, ceilings or floors. I want you to think if I had a balloon and I let go of the balloon, helium balloon, okay, where does it go? Floats upward. Well, my ceiling is going to stop it. I hope. If it magically disappears, we have problems, and we probably have ghosts. Nobody wants those. All right, which means that it's when the government can come in and it's going to be a solid line. Boom, all right? Not a nice little dotted invisible hand thing. This is Gov getting involved, big G unit coming in. All right, so the PC here. This is an effectively binding price ceiling, which means it's going to pass through. I got my quantity supplied and my quantity demanded. Which means my QS is far less than my QD. If this is this means this price cannot get to equilibrium. It's forcibly stopped. It's like the balloon floating up. It can't get to equilibrium. It is hitting a price ceiling. And this sucker is going to mean there is a shortage. All right, there is a shortage, and this is a distance. I can actually measure how short I am. It's going to be the distance between S and the D, the QS and the QD. That number, that distance, is going to be your shortage. Now, don't get confused, because guess what? There is something called a price floor. Right now, I'm on the second floor. If there weren't a floor here, I would be quickly on the first floor, probably with many more bones that are broken. So a price floor is a binding, again, solid line. Price floor is when something is government binding, meaning it's got some weight to it. It has the law on its side. This means I am stopped from getting the price low enough to hit equilibrium. I'm stuck. Where do we see this? A lot in agriculture. So, for example, Quebec in Canada, but Quebec's dairy market. So Quebec, they really are dependent upon agriculture. They're dependent upon agricultural prices, and they keep the milk price high. They just said you cannot charge less than this much for milk, which means if there's a whole lot of milk in the market, we got a problem. Because in this situation, I'm hitting that demand curve, that downward sleeping demand curve. In this situation, my QD is way less than my QS. Now, this is where people get confused, because remember, I can measure a shortage with distance. This shortage below equilibrium, this, my dear friends, is a surplus. You're like, whoa, I've heard that name before. All right, good for you. I'm glad. It means you've paid attention the last hour. All right, so surplus, because my quantity demanded is less than my quantity supplied. I got a lot of stuff left over. So it's a whole bunch of stuff that's left over that hasn't sold yet. I need to drop the price to get it sold, but I can't because there's a binding price floor here. This means this quantity demanded is less than quantity supplied. I can also measure that with distance. Here's what's confusing about it. This, let's go back over here. Messy graph time, messy graph time. All right, this original equilibrium, this used to be called consumer surplus, still is. This over here, producer surplus, all right? You measure those with volume. You measure that with base times height divided by 2, all right? Or base times height times 1/2. It's a triangle. This is volume. These are distance. Shortage and surplus, distance. Consumer surplus, producer surplus, tariffs, and taxes, volume. All right, so we're looking at those kind of graphs. All right, back again. There it is. All right. Share. All right. So we've got 1 point is earned for stating the price ceiling will increase. Oh, sorry. 1 point is earned for showing an effective or binding price ceiling below PM. So you can see where they've got PC. All right. 1 point is earned for stating that the price ceiling will increase the deadweight loss because providers will decrease the quantity of education offered. Meaning that if they stuck a price ceiling on there. All right, so think back. I'll go back to the graph here. If there's a price ceiling and they're like, hey, college, you can only charge, hey, I laugh because, oh my gosh, this would be hilarious. Somebody vote for it. Hey, NYU, you can't charge $72,000 a year. If you're going to operate in New York, you can only charge $1,500 per semester. Wouldn't that be awesome? How many people would apply to NYU for $1,500 a semester? I have a doctorate, and I probably would apply for NYU's undergraduate for $1,500 a semester. Girl, I got coin. Let's do it. So that price, what happens then? What do you think NYU is going to provide for $1,500 a semester? I don't even think they'd give you a t-shirt. That would be great. All right. So what happens is that your quantity supplied is going to be far less than the quantity demanded. All right. And it's going to, you can't just do that. You have to do something else. So 1 point is earned, where'd it go? Oh, here we go. Sorry. So 1 point is earned for showing an effective binding price ceiling below PM. 1 point is earned for stating that the price ceiling will increase the deadweight loss. All right. Just because we go back, remember that shaded area is deadweight loss? Price ceiling ain't going to fix that. All right. That just makes it worse. It's going to increase the deadweight loss because providers will decrease the quantity of education offered. My history kids, it's like Treaty of Versailles. You can't just over punish something and think that it's going to help. You've got to kind of work with it a little bit. So 1 point is earned for stating the new equilibrium quantity is going to be greater than QM. That's the desired. So if you look at QS, the socially optimal, we want more college education. Okay. So let's get there. Let's talk about externalities and how do we fix this? So externalities, I am going to look at 4 types of market failure because they've opened this curriculum up a little bit, and I'm going to show you the difference and make sure that you know going in what is going to be asked of you. All right, externalities. So there's externalities, meaning that there's 2 lines in the graph, and I'm going to show you how that works. There's public goods. Public goods assign, like every time you look at a street light, I want you to think, market failure. All right, imperfect competition, monopolies are a form of market failure, and unequal distribution of income is a sign of market failure. So let's go ahead and get into that. All right, so this is coming from the CED, and this is something that people overlook as well as me, I will overlook this because I don't think they're going to ask you this. All right. Technically, College Board could ask for any of these, where MPB and MPS are switched over, for example, negative consumption externalities versus positive consumption externalities. There's positive production externalities. There's negative production externalities. They can. I just don't think they will because they haven't at all. This part of the CED, you must be able to graph this. But I really think they're only going to ask you two because that's what they've done in the past. And I'm going to keep this to AP experience. So I'm so sorry if they decide to go university curveballs on you, but they should. They could. It's within their curriculum, but it doesn't mean they will. All right. So let's talk about an externality. Externality is going to be a third-person side effect. Meaning it's either a cost or a benefit. Okay. So it could be a third-person cost or benefit, but an externality means there's somebody else that has to deal with a choice made by two other parties. So it's the gap between what the free market is willing to provide and what society demands. Without the state, society is going to have too few or too much of a thing, like too few college-educated people, too few trade-skilled people, or they may have too much pollution. All right. Good news is that AP tends to keep positive and negative externalities very, very simple. So if you've got, and this again, this is not technically what they could do. They could be a real stinker here and throw a curveball, but I don't think they will. So I'm very sorry if they do, but if they decide to really pull that shenanigan on you, you will hear thousands of econ teachers flooding to AP Trevor and calling him nasty names. Well, not really, but we'll think about it really hard. All right, so good. So negative externality, let's start there. This means that there's a third party paying for costs of a transaction between two other parties. So in this situation, I'm going to say there's the guy or girl that it's just whatever, that somebody, Mr. Happy Face dude, he likes to smoke. All right. And somebody else likes money and is willing to produce cigars for this dude to smoke. However, this guy likes to smoke his cigars while hotboxing his very tiny car with his infant inside. All right. So the infant is going to grow up to be somebody who's going to need major dollars for asthma medication. Okay. They don't want to be an externality. So that third person side effect, it means that there's a marginal private cost because the guy who paid the $10 for the cigar, he's very happy. All right. So he's got a private cost to it, but there's a social cost. All right. So if we were going to I'm so sorry. Again, spam real quick. I'm just checking something real quick. Oh goodness. Sharia is just not making enough today. She is just amazing. Again, if you're in Discord, spam some crowns for our Queen Sharia and her amazing microness. All right, so this means, so let's go ahead and map this out. So let's go ahead and take a peek at this. Producers are willing to produce 100 units of cigars for $10 a cigar. All right, so this is where our supply and our demand meet. This is a marginal private benefit. Sorry, this should be an S. I don't know. Oh, no, I lied. Somebody is benefiting from this lovely cigar, so that the demand stays the same, but there is a private cost. The guy who is accepting that $10 in exchange for the cigar, well, they don't have to pay the asthma medication later on. All right. So this is where it gets weird. There are two lines on this graph, two lines, and they haven't moved. This is not like showing action here. We have a supply line, an MPC, marginal private cost versus a marginal social cost. All right. So I want you to think about the kid who's got, lung cancer later and has to pay for that. So the MPC being treated as a supply line, that means that there's another cost that's lurking. All right. So if we were to expand that out at 100 units of cigar, at 100 cigars, at $10 a cigar, that means that at 100 units, there's at least $100 per cigar that is in the total cost. There's $90 there of a negative, what's called a negative externality. And take a look at this. And this is how you know this is your clue, and this is an AP only clue. Please do not take this to university. They will look at you side-eyed and be like, must be an AP student. You're like, no, Hope has warned me about this. I'm good to go, Mr. Professor, sir. All right, so if you look at this, the distance between the MPC and the PS vertically should be your clue. All right, notice how it points to the left. All right, now look at where MSC intersects the MSB, because MSB equals MSC is where you want to go. It's going to be like your profit maximization later on. So MSC equals MSB, where you want to go. At the where MSB equals MPC, that is going to have that's not going to be the same place. There is some dead weight loss rocking and rolling here. All right, we have what's called an over allocation. It means there's too much smoke going on. There's an over allocation, and the costs are not justified, or the costs are being paid by society and not just the person that exchanges for the cigar. So how do you get people who are who are working in their own self-interest and they're driven by profit? How do you get them to kind of scale back that whole smoking thing, that over allocation? All right. Well, what have we learned so far that can move a supply line to the left? Come on, you know this. You absolutely know this. Talked about it last round. Tax it. All right, we're going to tax it. All right, we're going to slap a tax on that. So we're going to slap a $90 tax on the suppliers. So for and what kind of tax? We're not going to just lump sum this bad boy. We're going to slap a per unit tax. So for every cigar made, we're going to slap that's, previously cost $10. We're going to slap $90 tax on it. How amazing is that? Make the muns. All right. So we're going to slap a $90 tax on that. But however, is the consumer going to have to pay? Is it an inelastic good where they can just put full tax on anything? No, it's going to take the producer has to eat a bunch of it. So we go back to that socially optimal price. All right. So at $50 a cigar, they will produce 20 cigars. And that tax is going to move the MPC artificially. It's going to be like an S tax thing. It's going to match the MSC, or at least come darn close to it. All right. It moves, the tax itself squishes MPC to where the MSC is, to where we can hit that S equals D point where the MSC equals the MSB. The goal here is not necessarily revenue. It's nice though. Let's not lie. All right. The goal here is to decrease the production. But remember, what's the trigger moment? The trigger moment is price. Price is the truck. Quantity is the trailer. Honk, honk, we're coming through. So the goal here is to decrease the production. We want to scale back the production, that over allocation of resources into the cigar making world. Now for AP, keep this in mind. What they typically do, in fact, I would say 99.99, whatever. I would say there's a very, very small chance of this happening, but it might. But for the most part, if you hear bad stuff like cigar smoking, if you've got all sorts of weird stuff like that, bad stuff usually means it's a negative externality. And a negative externality for AP means that your cost or your supply lines are going to be split, which means your arrow is going to point to the left. Negative externality, cost splits, arrow, your deadweight loss points to the left. All right. So again, when we're talking about taxes, so we're going to get a little bit more in depth with taxes here. Taxes are going to serve three major purposes. Again, a tax is going to be a mandatory payment. This can redistribute money to lower quintiles if we're talking Lorenz curve, but they serve three major purposes. They're going to fund government operations like the public goods that we're going to talk about. economically regulate goods and services. Alcohol, tobacco is a good example on this. You can fund government social safety nets using transfer payments like Social Security or SNAP benefits. Macro, you should know about this. That's more like what counts for C plus I plus G plus XN, that kind of mess. You're like, no, I want to forget it. No, you will never forget it. It's in your head. 3 types of taxes that you can use. And this will pop up on multiple choice and in FRQs. Okay, just letting you know. Usually on multiple choice, you gotta know them. We have progressive taxes, proportional taxes, and regressive taxes. Regressive taxes, these are taxes that take larger portion of those earning the lowest income. And you're like, who the heck taxes the poor? And the answer is people who don't understand economics. They tax the poor all the time. If you pay a toll, for example, if you're on the road and it says pay 50 cents to go, we have the turnpike in Florida, but you have toll roads everywhere because everyone loves them. They're a regressive tax because 50 cents means more to somebody with lower income than it does with wealthier individuals who don't even know that coins exist. All right, so it's a regressive tax. You are taxing the poor. Lottery tickets. Tax on the poor because it is a certain amount of money. It's not a percentage. It's a certain amount of money that is a larger proportion of a lower class income. Proportional taxes, we call these the flat tax. This is taxes that take the same portion of income or percentage of income. So for example, one of the things they used to fight for in the 90s, and everyone's just kind of written it off because CPAs would lose so much money if they couldn't do people's taxes. Taxes, we're talking about everybody pays 10%. If you make $10,000 a year, you're paying $1,000. If you're Bill Gates, well, you may have some deductibles this year, but we won't go into that one, poor Bill. But if you're Bill Gates, you're going to pay 10% of the $60 million or $1 billion or how much money that guy has per year you've taken in. It's a flat tax rate. And then you have progressive taxes, like the United States income tax is a progressive tax. This means that taxes a larger portion of higher income people. It means that the weight of the tax goes on higher earners than it does lower earners. So for example, if you're making less than $17,000 in the United States, you have to file for your taxes. Like you have to write down something and be like, I work here kind of deal. I earn this much money, but the government won't take a cent from you. If you file in your taxes that you earn $500,000 or more, they're probably going to take about 37% of your income for that year. Now, there's a bunch of loopholes. And if you pay a good CPA to get around those loopholes, you can pay something like 10% or 8%. But that's where people can make money. And you can too. Go into accounting. Good times. Again, AP is never going to ask you which of these is best. They're just going to ask you to identify them. All right, so let's talk about positive externalities. Positive externality, this is going to be a marginal benefit is split from a marginal social benefit. This is where we get things like free riders. So think COVID vaccines. Now, a COVID vaccine producer in the very early stages, who is going to get that vaccine? It's the people who are willing to pay for it. And being in Florida where we just had anyone over 60 could get a COVID vaccine, we had a bunch of people flying in from Lord knows where else to come get a COVID vaccine here. All right. Which means they had to spend a ton of money to come chill in Florida, sign up for whenever they could to get that COVID vaccine. All right. So they were willing to pay. However, everybody else, you couldn't get the COVID vaccine. Government regulations kind of came into play, but also you were just kind of crowded out by everyone else. So if I were to put this on a graph, mind your P's and Q's here. This is a product market, of course. So we have a marginal social cost, that's the supply of vaccines, and a marginal private benefit, the demand. So if that person, rich, poor, or somebody who just really wanted it, they paid $250 to get this vaccine, there's 1,000 vaccines, all right? But we want herd immunity, which means as a society, we want more people vaccinated so that we can protect the people who can't get vaccinated for whatever reason. So we want more people to get this vaccine, but not everyone has just $250 lying around to get the vaccine. So we want 5,000 vaccines out there. That's where the marginal social benefit would be. However, that move of demand, that new demand curve, to get that supply, in order to get all those new materials, it's increasing cost here. It means that every vaccine at 5,000 has to be $500 each. That means that we have failed to meet, the market has failed to meet the social needs. It has now underallocated its resources. So that underallocation, that 4,000 vaccines short. Notice we've got a triangle from the old equilibrium to the new equilibrium, from the private benefit equilibrium to the social benefit equilibrium. That points to the right. All right, positive externality will point to the right. Again, there's a chance that there's a different kind of consumption one. AP has never asked about it. And maybe they have. I've missed it in the recent memory. They have not asked. Usually they've kept it pretty simple with this. So how do you encourage producers to produce more and yet get these vaccines in? Well, what's the opposite of a tax? A subsidy. All right. We love subsidies. It means per unit subsidy. None of this lump sum crap. I want per unit. And so where do I find that subsidy? Well, it's going to be if to make 1,000 units, to meet that new demand curve, well, the difference is going to be between 250 to 750 at that level. So it is going to be a $500 subsidy. Yippee skippy doo dah day. Which means I need for each vaccine, we're talking $500 each. Government's going to eat it. All right. But is it that important? And the answer is yes. Pay the man. All right, so goods. So that means a subsidy is going to squish the marginal private benefit and shift it to the right to make that marginal social benefit the demand curve, the official demand curve. Subsidy is like a tax, but instead of the government taking your money, it's going to give you money. Take my money. Shut up and take my money. All right, so it's going to push it over. So goods produced by tax dollars, these are called public goods. Public sector, this is part of the economy controlled by the government. Private sector, controlled by private individuals. With this whole COVID mess, we've actually seen the public sector and the private sector working together, which is rare. And well, actually, it's not rare. It's just nice to see shown in media. Public goods have two characteristics. You need to know this for multiple choice questions. They're non-exclusionary, means everyone gets to benefit from the good regardless of payment. You get to be a free rider. All right, which means even though you paid for that, your friend gets to use it too. Also non-rival. Just because you get the good doesn't mean somebody else, it decreases that good for others. So for example, if you get the vaccine, that doesn't mean we don't have extra for somebody else. Everybody else gets to benefit from this. So non-exclusionary and non-rival. So non-rival, another word you might see on the test, is shared consumption. So monopolies, we're going to get into monopolies in the next hour here. Monopolies, another form of market failure, since they underproduce at higher prices, they lack competition. So the government can step in. They can break up the monopoly using an antitrust law. For my A-push kids, you're like, woohoo, Roosevelt, we're going to do some trust busting, all right? It forces them to compete, probably in technology. You're looking at Amazon, you're probably looking at Google. You're seeing a lot of these big tech companies starting to sweat because the antitrust laws are coming for them, all right? The government has woken up and chosen violence on them. All right, 2, we're going to regulate the heck out of them. So we're going to regulate a monopoly to keep prices low and to make the monopoly efficient. We use price ceilings. All right, so again, you're like, well, didn't that really screw things up? And you're like, well, that was perfect competition. That was a regular market. Monopoly is a different story. Government also needs to decide whether the price ceiling is where it needs to be. So it can choose, especially if we're in economies of scale, and the average total cost is starting to come down. They can choose allocative efficiency, known as socially optimal price. They can choose a fair return price, where P equals the ATC, not minimum ATC, and the monopoly can earn a normal profit. Remember, 2 different types of profit. In the long run, we're going to talk about economic profit, but economic profit is accounting profit plus opportunity. Economic cost is accounting cost plus the opportunity cost. So whenever you've got economic profit equaling 0, it means there's still a normal profit being made. People are still making the monies. All right, so a natural monopoly is going to look like this. All right, so this one fools people because natural monopoly it's not a normal monopoly because the ATC is not going to start coughing up. This is long run here. We're in economies of scale. The ATC is continuing to fall. It hasn't hit constant returns yet. It's still falling. So a regular monopoly, I's go first to MR equals MC. We scale up to the red dot. That's adjust your price at a monopoly. If the government steps in and they could just say, hey, can we make this a fair return price? They either stick a ceiling on it, they do something with it. If the price equals ATC, now notice it's not the minimum ATC. We're still not efficient here. All right, at minimum, at ATC, this is what we call a break-even price or a fair return price. There's no economic profit, but there is still an accounting profit. Like your power company. Your power company, the CEO is making some serious profit for himself, but it's a normal profit. It's not an economic profit. All right, there's some deadweight loss, but the firm makes a normal profit. Deadweight loss, we're going to look at where MC crosses over the D. Okay, so we're going to look at demand curve and MC. That blue dot there, that's P equals MC. This is the socially optimal price. However, the monopolist is going to take an L on this one because notice how that socially optimal price is below your average total cost curve. It's below it, which means the only way you can make me do this is by you pay me a per unit subsidy. All right, the subsidy is going to have to cover the gap between the price of the socially optimal price and that ATC. But at this line, at that blue dot, there is no deadweight loss, okay? Because this is where S meets D, that MC equals S there. Let's talk about Lorenz curve. Good news, this has changed from previous curriculums. And so I'm going to walk you through this. Lorenz curve, you need to be able to recognize it. It's a square looking thing, okay? It divides the population to 5 groups. They're called quintiles. Just kind of need to know about them. You're not going to have to graph this. Praise God from whom all blessings flow, okay? You do not need to graph this. But we're looking at the distribution of wealth in an industry or in an economy. All right, so it looks like this. The quintiles, it splits up the population into the lowest 20% of income, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%, okay? So if you ever heard the 1%er, well, those are the guys that have a lot of the wealth. All right, if you look at perfect equality, that means that the lowest 20% should have 20% of the wealth in the country, all right? Not a whole lot. The top 40% or the bottom 40% should have 40% of the wealth. 60% should have 60%, 80% should have 80%, and 100% of the population should have 100%. Okay, that's perfect inequality. That's that perfect equality line. Ain't nobody gets close to this. All right, the Lorenz curve is going to measure how ill distributed is this is the wealth being allocated. So, for example, 20% of the population in the United States earns 3% of the wealth. You have 40% earning altogether. The bottom 40% earn 10% of the wealth. The top 80%, so 80% of the population in the United States earns about 45% of the wealth, which means who's got this 55% of the wealth in the United States out of this lovely, what is it, like 23 trillion? Who's got this top percent of the wealth? Well, this is going to be your top 20%. They have over 55% of the wealth. Kind of very, very, very frightening beast, Galileo. All right, so that's the division. Now, you used to have to calculate the Gini coefficient. You will not be asked to calculate the Gini coefficient, but you will be asked about it. Okay, I want you to look at that gap between perfect equality and the Lorenz curve. Looks like a banana, right? Fatter the banana, higher the Gini coefficient. All right. If Jeannie's got a fat banana, well, her income is not, her wealth is not distributed evenly or perfectly. We do not have equal distribution. All right. The skinnier the banana, that means, or the more the Lorenz curve matches perfect equality, the more equal the distribution. All right. So how do we get these fat bananas? All right, so where are some sources in inequality? And this is fairly new. So this is kind of new for the 2020 curriculum. I am sure it's going to pop up on a multiple choice. It may not be popping up on the FRQ this year. It might though, so be aware. So sources of so just know what the Gini coefficient is. It's the measurement of how Well, don't worry, it's not going to say how fat is this banana. Okay, that would be odd phrasing for College Board. All right, so even though they did talk about other things that were odd in the Lang test, or was it lit test? I don't know. My kids were whining about that this year. All right, so anyway, so if we look at the Gini coefficient, the larger the coefficient is, that means the more unequal the distribution. Well, how can we get income what affects income distribution? And there's 7 things. Access to education, you would know that as human capital from the production possibilities curve. Social capital, for example, how much do people know each other? I know a guy who knows a guy and gets you the job. Inheritances, oh my gosh, inheritance is nice. Trust fund, all right, so inheritance. Access to financial markets, for example, when you talk to some people and they're like, well, what is crypto? And then you tell them about crypto and they're so excited about it. And they're like, well, how do I even get in on this? And there's a knowledge gap there because they don't necessarily have access to a financial market to even trade those out. You have the effects of discrimination, which we're still dealing with and still coping with, that some people have not been able to have access to markets, or historically have access to markets and still trying to catch up. Mobility. Some people can't move for whatever reason. All right, that they won't move to a new job or not, or the jobs have moved away and they're kind of stuck there for a moment. Bargaining power with economic and social units. And that doesn't just mean unions, but it means how much can you be like, hey, I need a raise here. All right. It's if you have no power to say that. Again, AP will never ask you to debate this. So don't spend too much time on this. They're just going to ask you to identify. All right, so I'm going to take a second here. I'm going to look at some questions, but it is time for T&P. We're going to take 2 minutes. So grab your tea, grab your beverage of choice, and if you need to use the facilities, please do so. And we'll catch you on the other side and go into Unit 3 and 4. So I hope you got your beverage of choice, and you are ready to rock and roll. I hear some people are tired. Do not be tired. You are in the presence of microeconomics, and our micro queen Sharia is just not going to tolerate that. So get up. Here we go. If you need to stand up, do a jumping jack, get your energy going, because Lord knows some of you are going to be studying late tonight, and that's okay, because we are about ready. We are about to be done. Just think, in 12 hours, you are done with micro. Isn't that going to be fun? But push, my students. We're going. All right. So we're hanging in there with you, but oh Lord, here we go. All right. So let's go ahead and let's see. I want to know how you guys feel about units 3 and 4. So go ahead and jump on Mentimeter and let's find out. I'm so excited because I have a feeling I know what this is going to look like. Somebody remembered to have that tab open. Okay. Most of it memorized. If you slip my mind, I'll go ahead and I'll scoot over here so you can see what 3 and 4 is. All right. Let's talk 3 and 4. All right. I love micro students. This is great. You guys are real. All right, so all right, most of you are like, okay, I know a little bit of this, but good heavens, what have I gotten myself into? And this is usually unit 3 and unit 4 are when students just start to go down what I call the cycle of suck, where they just start tripping in unit 1 and then go into this full-on swan dive by the time we get to unit 3.7. So I'm going to walk you through this in the easiest way I can. And what I'm going to do, because I know this is going to take forever, so what I'm going to do is if you've already got the FRQ that I had posted, I'm going to just mosey on over. Okay, this is the corn one. Some of you have seen this one. This one's notorious. And reason being, it's a good one. I've put all the answers up here for you. So if you've downloaded this, you'll have access to it. It's a good practice one for tonight. But we're in hour 4. So guess what, kids? We are about 9 minutes into it. Pretty good, right? So what we're going to do for hour 4. I can't do this all at once. This is a nasty little bit. But what I can do for you is I'm going to walk through all of the graphs that you need to know. And so for some of you asking, do we need to know graphs? Oh, honey, yes. Yes. Oh, goodness, yes. You need to know graphs. But before you get to the graphs, we need to know some formulas. So I've kind of just thrown them up here like spaghetti on the wall. And hopefully some of these stick in your little hippocampy so we can get there. So let's do formulas you're going to need. Let's do total product first, then the total production graph, total costs, and cost per unit. So total product, TP, does not stand for toilet paper. All right, so total product, this is just your output. All right, how much product you make. Now from there, TP, AP, MP stay together. So TP, AP, MP, you got output, average product, total product divided by units of labor, also known as your grade usually. Total product, all the outputs, all your grades combined together divided by the amount of assignments you were given. So the output per unit is going to be your AP. All right, marginal product, nobody grades by marginal, but they should, darn it. This is going to be marginal product. This is the change in total product. Remember how we get change? New number minus old number divided by old number. All right, it's not percentage change this time, it's just change. So change in total product divided by the change in inputs. Keep this in mind, my friends. They might throw a curveball at you, but they have it in a few years when they talk about remember, marginal is a change in something. So change in total product over a change of inputs. Usually for FRQs and multiple choice, they are just going to change your input by 1. For paper-based, I would not be surprised if they keep it at 1 because it's easy math. Because then you just look at the change in product and you just kind of follow the grid to figure it out. Digital would not be surprised if this is where you're going to pull out your rusty, trusty calculator. Okay, this they may throw, if I include 2 more workers and get 10 more things, well, then I have to look at that change. I went from 0 workers to 2. So my change of input, I now have to divide by 2. So be careful with that. They may throw that at you. Digital, especially keep an eye on that because that's something they would love for you. If you're going to have a calculator here, they're going to make you work with it. Second graph you're going to need is total cost. Total cost, TC, you're going to see variable cost. You may also see that as total variable cost or TVC, not Tennessee Value Commission, you Southerners. Okay, so it's total variable cost. And then we have TFC or FC, fixed cost. What you need to know, VC plus FC equals TC. Quick definitions, fixed cost. These are costs that as I produce more, they stay the same. So this is my rent, this is my insurance, this is my licenses, this is my registration, all stay the same, part of the monthly bills. Bada bing, done. Variable cost means as I increase production, I need to add more things in order to get this. So I add more workers, I add more resources. If my pizza business takes off, well, I need to buy more dough and I need to buy more tomatoes. I'm kidding, like I'd buy more tomatoes. We're buying more cans and then call it tomatoes because we're keeping those ATCs down. We're keeping those costs down. All right. Anyway, if I take those fixed costs and the variable costs together, put them all together with our powers combined, we are total cost. Bada bing, done. Cost per unit. The thing is that I really need for profit maximization, I really need marginal cost. And to find marginal cost, I ain't going to find that in the total cost curve. I need to go and look per unit. I need to see change per unit. So how do I find that? Well, ATC, my average total cost, equals my AFC plus my AVC. Oh, but there are different ways to find these. All right, so ATC can also be found. Whoa, that was an interesting verb choice. They can also be found by taking the total cost and dividing it by the quantity. That's your ATC. Think of this as like dehydrating. So I take my total cost and I dehydrate it by the quantity just so I can see the per unit. And if I'm given ATC in quantity, I can rehydrate it and make it big again and look at the total cost there. So be able to maneuver back and forth between ATC and TC using the Q, or you can find it by doodling around and understanding what ATC's relationship is to AFC and AVC is. So AVC, I get it by taking my total variable cost, dividing it by the quantity. I find my average fixed cost by taking the FC fixed cost divided by the quantity. And then in that tiny little left-hand corner, I finally find my marginal cost. Oh, small marginal cost. Don't you know how important you are? So marginal cost, how I find that, I'm going to take the change in total cost over the change in quantity. And this digital exam, people, keep an eye out. Again, this is where they may throw a calculator question at you and make sure that you know how to find marginal cost. It still could pop up for you, paper-based. It's easier for you guys, since you don't have a calculator, to usually keep your quantity to move by 1, meaning to add 1 more employee as opposed to 2 or 3 or 4. For my peeps with calculators, that may be different. Okay, let's talk graphs. Some you're going to need to draw and manipulate, some you're going to need to recognize, and we are going to walk through this. Okay, so go ahead and get your paper and get your pencil. Actually, no, I lied. Get a pen. Get a pen. Be loud and bold. All right, no. And this time, don't write on your walls. All right, these are the graphs you just need to be able to recognize. You don't really need to know, but that total cost in the short run, super important. Okay, so I want to walk you through what total cost in the short run is, because Jar Jar's the key to all of this. No, but total cost is really important. All right, so let's do messy graphs. All right, messy graph. Dude, econs are always about graphing. Yes, why did you sign up for this? You know this? All right, so mine are P's and Q's. get my messy graph up here. All right, so we're talking about total cost. Now you can use P here, you can use C, you might use cost. All right, that's fine. All right, so let's think about this. All right, fixed cost. And if it's a fixed cost, if you've got a fixed cost, it means it ain't changing. All right, it's stuck. It's kind of like I'm locked. If I'm renting a factory, I'm locked into a contract for a year. I can't change it. I'm fixed for at least the year. In the long run, I definitely can renegotiate that contract and then all bets are off. So in the long run, there ain't no fixed cost. We don't like it. All right. But in the short run, there is. So the short run, the fixed cost doesn't change. So guess what it is, my dear friends? It is the price, the fixed cost doesn't change. It's elastic. Well, that looks like a toddler drew it. So let me try that again. Only this time without the chair blocking me. It is elastic. Do we recognize elastic? It looks like a giant E. Look at that. Isn't it beautiful? All right. And also, I'm going to label this sucker. You do not need to graph this, but it really helps to understand it. All right. Now, variable cost increases with the production. So as quantity, hello, and how are you? All right. It was unfortunate. As the quantity increases, so does the price of my variable costs because the resources have to increase. So my variable cost starts at 0. I hope you're graphing along with me because it's an easy graph. All right. And usually it's pretty linear. All right. So my variable cost goes up. Now, what do we know about our formulas? We know that TC equals VC plus FC. Like really terrible cheerleading here, isn't it? All right. Which means I take my VC and I add it to my FC. So I'm going to start where my FC starts because if VC equals 0, then my TC equals my FC. And you're like, good Lord, this math. Yes, it is. Isn't it delightful? So we go from here parallel to the VC because it's the same. All right. So this is going to be my TC. Make sense? Of course, you don't have to graph this, which is so sad because it's like the best graph ever. Now I'm going to start dividing this by Q because the problem with this graph is I don't have a marginal cost curve here, which is really unfortunate. And I need that marginal cost curve. But before we do that, so again, understand this graph. It's going to help you because if you can understand this, you can start understanding your average per unit cost. So let's go back and let's go ahead and go there again. There we are. Okay, so you just need to recognize it. Come with me, Chad. There we go. All right, so you need to recognize it. Now, these are the graphs you're going to need to draw. All right, now everybody's got your paper. Excellent. Hopefully everyone's downloaded these slides. I'm going to take a quick drink of pure sugar water with caffeine in it because it's delightful. And now let's talk about the production function. You need to be able to recognize this and you need to be able to graph this. And actually, if you understand this, it becomes super easy. So let's talk about the production curve. Surprisingly, this is the graph everyone forgets. Like everybody learns it first and then everybody forgets it. I don't understand why. It just is what it is. All right. So slide the graph. Some of you are like, wow, can we have a nice graph? No, you get what you get. Don't pitch a fit. So this one, and of course, I completely screwed that up because why not? All right, we're going to look at output over here with input. So production, I'm looking at output and input. Output on the vertical, input on the horizontal here. Why? Because input is, think employees. It could be resources, but think employees. Okay, so 1 employee, 2 employee, 3. So Adam is working, Bob is working, Carl's working, Doug's working, Ethan's working. So 1 employee, 2 employee, 3 employee, 4, 5. All right, and these are output. So output 10 units, 20 units, 30 units. All right, makes sense? Got it? All right, so total production. The more I hire, the idea is the more I hire, at first, this is short run, by the way, because there are fixed costs. So short run. Short run means something's fixed. It means I'm within my factory contract. I can't change some things. It could be like I'm working in a bakery and only have 1 oven for a moment. So if something's fixed for a second, I'm in the short run. There's no time frame for it. All right. Time frame just means because like my time frame for a bakery, I can pick up an oven way quicker than my power plant can pick up a new nuclear reactor, right? Little difference on time frame. So let's talk about total production. Total production goes like this. Total production at one point, as we hire more and more people, and at some point it's going to reach, my rocket peeps would know this is like an apogee moment, that it starts to increase, it zooms up, and then it kind of decreases in height, and it hits its apogee or its apex, and then it starts to fall. All right, meaning that the more people I hire, if in a fixed situation, there's a point where they're just on top of each other. They start, it's kind of like a group project with too many people, and like one or two people in a group project and you're pretty good, and then all of a sudden you get into like that, you hire that, or you bring that third person in the group and they do absolutely jack crap, and then you're having to do more of the work, and the more people that are involved in your group, the less people are actually doing the work, and you all get an A. Isn't that nice? Until you get that one teacher who's like, no, you're all going to fail. No. All right. So total production kind of goes like this. Then we've got average production. Starts off at 0, kind of fades. Thing is, we don't usually use average production. Use total production. Oops, come on. Total production. So remember TP. Everybody forgets TP. It's marginal. Marginal we want. The change in total product over the change in quantity. So marginal production, we're going to start, it doesn't start at 0 because remember it has to start at a change issue. So marginal production is going to zoom up, and then it's going to start coming down at the apex of the TP. At the apex of TP is when marginal is the, so when MP equals 0, this point right here, MP equals 0, that is the highest that your total revenue is. That's your highest TP. Total revenue, we calculated that out by TR equals P times Q. This is the highest total revenue point when MP equals 0. I want you to think of MP equaling 0, or I'm sorry, marginal product equaling 0. This is going to look a lot like your marginal cost curve. The thing is that this is, you have squished every drop of juice out of this orange. Nothing's left except pulp. If you continue to juice this orange more, you're going to just put more pulp in there and your sister's going to hate you. All right. So that's the point. We have a first stage of production. First stage of production is when MP is increasing and TP is increasing. First stage, both of them are going up. Second stage, basically the stage to the end of first stage to the to where MP equals 0. First stage, this is where TP is still increasing, but at a decreasing rate, but marginal production has now started to decrease. Stage 2. Stage 3 is when marginal product is now negative. Oh, wow, I don't know why it's smiling. There you go. Negative. Debbie Downer. Okay, so it's now negative. It's gone so far, it's actually gone into quadrant 2. Who knew? Or quadrant 4, I'm sorry. And my TP is now starting to decrease as well. There's too many cooks in the kitchen. All right, that's going to explain a lot. Your marginal product is going to be a mirror image of marginal costs. So just think, as cost increases, marginal product is decreasing. It's marginal product is marginal cost flipped over. So let's take a peek at that. Let's take a peek at sharing my screen. There we go. All right. So this is marginal product. Now let's talk about marginal cost. Okay, let's walk through this one. Marginal cost, we've already talked about how to calculate them. And poor Sharia. Real quick, I'm taking a peek at some of the questions. All right. All right. So let's go over our cost curve. So go ahead and take a look at it. Again, this is coming directly from your CED, so your course exam description. And these cost curves are going to be pretty constant. We're just going to slap them on different market structures. All right. So if I go back, and this is where, speaking of going back, here we go. All right, so if I go back to my total cost curve, I'm going to put this in the little corner here because you can all see it. All right, so fixed cost, variable cost, and then my total cost. All right, P's and Q's, mind your P's and Q's. Now, what happens if I apply those formulas? Because the thing is, I need to find my marginal cost. I really do. So how do I find that marginal cost? Well, first off, what I'm going to do is make sure I'm in the right place. By the way, guys, you should see how far we've gone. Doo-dee-doo. There it is. Okay. If you haven't guessed yet, we are actually on slide 88. And you're like, I feel every bit like I've been through 88 slides. Well, you know what I say to that? I get used to it because we ain't done yet. We still have 3, 4, and 5 to go, and you're going to stick it with me. We're going through this. All right. So if I were to look at the marginal cost curves, what I'm doing is I'm taking TC, and I'm dividing it. There it is. All right. I'm taking TC, I'm dividing it by Q to get my ATC. I'm taking my VC, I'm dividing it by Q to get my ABC. I'm taking my FC, dividing it by Q to get my to get my AFC, and then I'm going to take my change in TC over my change in input to get my marginal cost. All right, which is going to be important in a second. Messy graph, mind your P's and Q's. All right. So what happens with FC? FC is perfectly elastic. And you're like, okay, whoopee-doo. That means that number is constant. So look at what's happening. If my number is constant, look at the formula. Number's constant, number don't change, but the quantity does. As quantity increases. So think, if let's say FC is 10, all right? So if FC starts at 10, all right, at 10 units over 1, AFC is going to be 10 units over 1. AFC is going to be 10. As that number increases, what happens if I increase my quantity to 2? It's now 5. What happens if I increase my quantity to numbers that actually I can divide right now? Oh, let's go with 10. All right. So it goes to 10. We go to 1. If I go to 50, we're now into the decimals. Will it ever get to 0? No, but it's going to look a lot like your sibling in the back seat of a car on a long drive. It's going to get darn close to 0, but it's going to be like, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. So our AFC line is going to suddenly drag on down and get super, super duper close to Q. It's not going to touch, okay? Like here, I'm the mom yelling at you, like, get away from him. I'm not touching him. But there's like 2 cells worth of space between the 2. And so it's going to get super close. However, VC doesn't. VC is going to, your variable cost increases. It first kind of decreases, but then it increases as your quantity increases. So if I'm going to look at, where am I? There I am. Okay, so my VC, I'm going to start over here. Remember, I'm going to start, it's not going to start at 0. I'm going to start over at 1. All right, so I'm going to take my ABC, is going to swoop down a little bit. So my ABC, because remember, it's VC divided by Q. It's going to get my ABC. My AC swoops over like this, but my marginal costs that change, and actually, let me just do total cost real quick. Total cost is going to do the smiley face looking thing. It's going to get ABC and ATC are going to get very close. They're going to get super close, but they're not going to touch. Again, they're like siblings in the backseat of a car on a long journey. They're going to get super duper close, but they're never ever going to actually touch. And the reason why is because of that formula that we talked about before. How do we find this all? It's going to be because ATC equals AVC plus AFC. So if I'm looking at the relationship between AVC and ATC, there is always AFC in the way. AFC is there. The implication of AFC is there. Thus, you're not going to see a ton of cost curves that have AFC, the line there. You should know where it is. But the thing is, you can calculate AFC without its line being explicitly present, because the implication is that this distance between AVC and ATC and AVC, this variable cost to total cost, there's an AFC in the middle of it. All right, it's hanging out in the middle going, I'm here, can't go there. All right, now let's talk about marginal cost. Marginal cost, again, is going to be the change in total cost over the change in input. All right, or so change in input or quantity. So here we go. Ready? So with marginal cost, it does this funky little thing. It's going to it can go up, down. It's a little bit, but the thing is, we really want to take the minimum here. When it hits, it's going to hit both AVC and it's going to, oh, wow, that was a choice. There we go. It's going to hit AP art, I don't belong to you. There we go. All right, it's going to hit AVC and ATC at its trough, or the bare minimum. All right, MC, that's how you know where MC is in relationship to ATC and AVC. It hits both AVC and ATC at its bare, it's the dirt minimum here. All right, now can I determine the price by these three graphs? Again, AFC is still here, but it's implied. It's the distance between the AVC. Now I can calculate, now remember, per unit is dehydrated. I need to rehydrate it to get the total cost. So how do I do that on the graph? Well, depending on where the price is. So for example, actually, let me get an MR line for you to actually see that. All right, so let's talk. So this is just cost curves. So it could be price, you could write cost, reader knows, okay? So as long as you've got a P and a Q, you're good to go. So it implies cost. If you want to get really technical, go ahead and write cost, not a problem. All right. Now let's talk about cost in the long run real quick, because that's going to be more of ATC. Let me go ahead and share my screen so you can actually see it. Again, if you've got crowns, go ahead and throw them in Discord just to wake Sharia up and tell her we love her, because she is working so hard right now for you guys. And we are just so blessed. I mean, seriously, I got the best TA. I know Macro has a good one, but I got Sharia. I win. I love you, Maria, but I got Sharia. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about our long run total cost curves. Okay, here we go. Are we ready? Because this is where economies of scale kick in, and most of you are like, "Ooh, I heard some issues with cost curves." So let's go ahead and talk about those. All right, so cost curves. So this is short run. So already in short run, you know that it ain't long run. If there is an FC, if there is a VC, that implies there's an FC, which means you're in the short run, because only the short run has a fixed cost. Because in the long run, all bets are off. I can dream about having restaurants on rockets on Mars. All right. I don't have to to the moon. All right. I don't have to think about that. I don't have to think about what I need to make in the next week. All right. Short run means there's a fixed cost. So if I'm looking at long run, it means only two shall survive. Okay. Only two of the cost curves survive to go into long run. All right. And if it ain't FC, it ain't VC either. So the only thing that's going to go into long term is ATC. You have a long run average total cost, and you have your marginal cost. Okay. Now, let's do it this way. I'm going to explain what it is. You don't need to graph this. It just helps to think about it. Think of long run as a long string of short runs. So if I take ATCs from a bunch of short runs, so let's talk Tesla, all right? Because why not? It's popular. Elon Musk was just on SNL last week. So again, Doge. So let's talk about when Tesla first started off, it was ridiculously expensive. Think about making a car yourself. How much would it cost? A lot. It's like costing $1 million a car. So when he first started out, i.e. there's like one Tesla, all right? This broken down, beat up box in a garage somewhere with a battery that rarely worked. All right, I've got a high price level or high cost level on it. So high cost level for this, which means I have an ATC up here with a marginal cost. Okay. So, but as Tesla starts getting investors, as it starts producing more, Musk hires a person, Musk starts getting another factory, gets another place, gets some machines. All of a sudden, we start using mass production techniques, and it drives the costs down. So we go from, so we have our one factory, we go to a second factory, a new marginal cost curve because we're in a new situation. We've gone into a new short run. So we have a new cost curve, a new ATC, and then gets more stuff, ATC, another short run ATC, another MC. And as he's increasing his marginal cost, we're going to connect the dots here. All right, these little meeting points. Notice what's happening. The cost, the long run costs are dropping. That, my dear friends, is what we call economies of scale. This is also called increasing returns, meaning I'm able to make more with less. So I'm still getting some stuff back. So this right here, this decreasing cost of production, meaning that it used to take $1 million, actually probably more, $1 million to make that first Tesla. He's now can kind of, it took some subsidies at first to actually get him to make more. But now, as he's mass producing this, better factories, more efficient communication, more robots, all right? It means it's driving the costs down. It's cheaper for him to produce these cars. So while, I'll mirror this here, while the cost long run, these like little strings of ATCs and MCs, as it's coming down, that's your economies of scale. We're in economies of scale. So if we're talking natural monopolies, we're talking, it's still in economies of scale. We're dealing with an ATC, a long run ATC that is decreasing. But there is a time, there isn't an ability, it can't go negative. Like the universe is not going to say, hey, can you make more Tesla? And Elon Musk tells the universe, well, if you pay me, and then all of a sudden stars fall down, aliens come out and like, take my money. No, okay. There is a point where you hit rock bottom. All right. He starts putting a Tesla dealership in every mall. All right. And as he's producing more, 100 Teslas, 1,000, 100,000. Okay. As he's producing more, there will be a time where we hit what's called constant returns to scale. Constant returns to scale is when my ATC, long run ATC, is at its absolute lowest. I can't get lower than that. And then he's going to start buying more mall space and more land and more lithium to make more of those batteries. And then he's got to get more rare earth materials, so which means he's got to go dig in East African nations, which is going to cause even more issues and political issues, more bribes, all sorts. It's going to drive the price up. So this is constant returns to scale. CRTS, 2S, whatever. All right, constant return to scale. And then that's when we go into this third stage, which is economies of scale. So this is all in the long run, but this long run is just a crazy string of short run MCs and ATCs. All right. The concept is I would say the concept's pretty easy for this. It's a giant ATC, which is what really throws people, because you're looking at the same P's and Q's. You just got to think, oh my gosh, this is ginormous. It's huge. eToro. All right. It's big. So if it's long run, all bets are off. There is no VC. So you're like, what about shutdown? Well, there's only exit in this sucker. So you have, in long run, you are not going to have, you aren't going to have AFC or AVC. So you're not talking about shutdown or shutdown issues there. All right. So let's talk about shutdown now. Let's go ahead and talk about our market structures, which means I got to share some screen. All right. So let's talk about market structures. And what we're doing here is we're taking our cost curves and we're throwing a price on them. Okay. Now this one we've already talked about. This is perfect competition. All right. Perfect competition. Perfect competition. I feel like strong bad there with the chair noise. perfect competition. Where'd you go? There you are. All right, perfect competition is a market structure. In perfect competition, we are talking about allocative efficiency, productive efficiency all together. So let's go ahead and take a peek at that graph, because usually you're going to be drawing the perfect competition and cost curves in association with a market structure. And this is where we get into price taking. All right, so you're going to need to draw these, you're going to need to understand them. Perfect competition will be on there. I just don't know if it's going to be part of the FRQ. Wouldn't be surprised because it's a fun one. And you're going to know this. All right. So first off, we need to remember, I don't know why this is so hard to remember. Please remember something. Your eyes go first where MR equals MC, profit maximization. All right. Profit maximization is I'm getting the biggest bang for my buck. All right. So I want you to think of the sports you're in. For example, I coach lacrosse. I shouldn't, but I do. But I coach lacrosse, and let's say that we are winning by 20 goals. Like we've had running clock for 2 seconds, okay? We basically started the game with running clock. All right, we're up by 20. We're gonna win, all right? Bearing some sort of miracle on the other team, but we're gonna win this game. How do I maximize the W? How do I really maximize this W? Well, that's when the coach is going to pull out the starters and be like in 2 minutes in. So I pull out my starters and I let my JVers take a whack at it. Sometimes they lose some goals, but they're finally getting some experience. So notice what I'm doing. I'm pulling my starters. The action is I'm pulling my starters and I'm putting in subs so that in order to really maximize this win. Now, let's say I'm getting my butt absolutely kicked up the field by another team and losing by 20 goals. All right, you would think this is a very different situation, but what's the action? I pull my starters and I put in subs because it's like, well, that's what we call lost minimization. All right, it's the same thing. If I'm taking a big dubs or if I'm taking a big L, the fatty L, if I'm taking this, guys, I'm going to take the best loss I can. I'm going to make the best of a really crap situation. So I'm going to pull my starters and put in my subs and be like, well, if they're going to wail on somebody, let's get some experience out of it. It works. So profit maximization works the same way. Profit maximization, loss minimization. I'm going to where MR equals MC. On all four market structures, MR equals MC is where eyes go first. Now, if you have a perfectly competitive market structure, that means, and we've talked about this in hour one, but that means that the market determines the price. So if you look at this example and look at the left corner, notice how there's no cost curves on that. It's just supply, demand. The invisible hand is at work. All right, so the invisible hand has made sure that the price is at PM, which takes the quantity at QM. All right, got it? Great. That dotted line becomes a solid line as soon as it hits the individual firm. The left is the entire team. It's the entire industry. The right-hand graph is the individual firm inside that industry. I will repeat. On the left, where you just see the X, that's the entire industry. And remember, for perfect competition, we are talking an incredible amount of sellers, like near infinite, theoretically, infinite amount of sellers, many sellers. You have an identical product. So think milk or corn. Are you really able to tell the difference between kernels if they came from this crop or that crop? For example, can you really tell the difference between Bessie's milk and Elsie's milk? All right, especially when they're able to mix them together. All right, so it's an identical product. We see this mostly with agriculture, by the way. Identical problem or identical products. There's very little advertising here. It wouldn't matter anyway, because I mean, you don't really see a bunch of green bean commercials. I mean, maybe in the 80s when they were trying to encourage people to eat more vegetables, I guess. But you're not going to see the Jolly Green Giant running around going, hey, eat some green beans. No, that would be weird. So perfect competition is a perfectly competitive firm, that right-hand one. It's going to have to deal, it has its own cost. Okay. So price is universal in that market. Every firm that's hanging out at equilibrium, every firm has to take that price. But every firm has different cost. I will repeat. The price is the same for the firms. All firms that are in a perfectly competitive market, all firms. Yes, thank you, caption. Actually, you're not wrong. So all firms have to take the exact same price that's set by the market. If they charge a cent above that price, they're going to get kicked out of the market because nobody's going to buy their stuff. And it doesn't make sense for them to sell a cent below because they would not be profit driven then. So they're going to stay right in the pocket of that equilibrium. All right. Which means that price is set, but every firm has its own individual cost. It has its own average total cost. It has its own average variable cost. Think about just like where firms are. It has its own taxes that it has to deal with, its own. So for example, like doing business in Florida versus doing business in Georgia, I would have different costs if I did the same thing in Georgia, just because they have different laws on things. So I'd have different costs. So for perfect competition, things you need to remember. Firms have different costs, but they all have the same price. In the long run, not necessarily short run, in the long run, a perfectly competitive market is both allocatively efficient and productively efficient. If you do not know your efficiencies, this is the time when you dream about them. You need to know your allocative efficiency and your productive efficiency. And lucky you, I have written them down for you. Hey, look at there. All right, so allocative efficiency, easy way of saying this. So for example, if you were on an FRQ and it asked you to explain why this is allocatively efficient, here's how you do it. Ready? P equals MC. Done. That's all you have to do. Just write a formula. Formula is worth 1,000 words. All right. Allocative efficiency. So think allocate means distribute. So allocative efficiency means that the P equals marginal cost. So price equals marginal cost. In a perfectly competitive system, price is, as I like to say, Mr. Darp takes a nap. P equals D. So price equals demand equals your average revenue equals your marginal revenue. All right, your MR. Remember profit maximization, loss minimization, MR equals MC? MR equals MC. All right, hopefully that will help you remember it. So that, Mr. Darp taking a nap, meaning MR equals P equals D equals AR. If P, price, equals MR, and if P equals your MC, that intersection point, guess what? This market is going to naturally be always allocatively efficient. It's always going to be allocatively efficient. All right, now I'm going to walk you through this next step because it's important to know, which means to the sloppy graphs we go. You're like, why did that rhyme? Ah, why not? To the graph. All right, let's walk through this. So let's talk about in the short run versus in the long run. And this is where we're going to get into EP and EEL. All right, so we're going to need two graphs here. So go ahead and graph with me here. So are you kidding me? All right, let's try this again. All right, so here's our market, corn. All right, so we got our P and our Q. All right, so price and quantity. Downward sloping demand curve, because this is the industry. So downward sloping demand curve, upward sloping supply curve. The industry, let's say this is the industry has 1 bushel of corn for $5. You're like, why $5? Because it's easy to divide, okay? No calculators on this test. All right, so we've got $5 for corn, and at $5, we're gonna make 1,000 bushels of corn. And my Kansas peeps are like, dude, we can make more than that in a week. I know. It's easy to divide, remember? All right, so here's the corn industry. And now I've got the one firm that's like right in the middle here. And its name is Amazon. They're terrible. All right, so Amazon probably is a company. I'm so sorry if you are. You probably are Amazon. All right, so this is just one firm that's functioning in the industry. You are here, Amazon. All right, so it's going to float around here. The market, so here's my Amazon company. The market is going to set the price at $5 a bushel. Amazon has no control over this market. It's stuck. It is perfectly elastic. 'Tis stuck. However, Mason has its own cost because it's in the middle of nowhere, Iowa. They're a wonderful place. Everyone should go there. Very cold in January, but still a nice place. All right, so we have our MC line, marginal cost. And let's say that I've got my average total cost sliding down here. Average total cost, which means my average variable cost is coming over here. It's going to get pretty close, but it's not going to touch. All right, everybody see that? Good. All right, so here's what it's going to look like. I know that this is not in the long run. This is a short run. And here's how I know. So let's take a peek. The price at $5, it's dictated here. Now, oops, I forgot. Where MR hits the MC point. This section here. So P, remember that line here, my price is equal to my MR, which is equal to my demand curve, which is equal to my AR. How lovely. So Amazon Corn Company, where P equals MC, that's allocated efficiency. I naturally want to make the right mix. So at that point where MC and price, with their powers combined, I'm going to drop my anchor down to this quantity. And for the sake of easy math, we're going to say this is 10 bushels. Remember, there's just one company of the entire industry. They're not making the full 1,000. They're just making 10 of these. All right, but what's happening? How cool is this? So let's say that at 10 units, I drop down to where that dotted line hits the ATC, and I'm going to go back over to price. All right, and let's say that this is $4. So the average total cost per unit at 10 is $4. So, kiddos, that distance between 4 and 5, right there, and including this little triangle here, because it's inside, it's just going down to that's my profit. That's profit right there. That green money, that's profit. All right, so I got my profit here, but the thing is, it's like a Jolly Rancher on the driveway. This may be allocatively efficient, but is the price hitting my minimum ATC? And it's not. Well, what's going to happen to price? If Mason is making, if it's making a profit, which 10 times $1 times 10 units, making $10 profit. That's nice. All right, so if Mason is making a profit, well, more industries are going to want to join. More sellers. That's going to influence my supply line. By the way, if you want to remind yourself of determinants of demand and supply, which shifts them. So I know some people use like insect and everything else. I use tribe for demand and stage for supply. Random here. So determinant of demand, tribe, determinant of supply, stage. For what shifts demand curve, taste and preferences, price of related goods, income, number of buyers, and expectations of future prices. For supply, number of sellers, technology, actions, availability of goods, which includes the prices of goods, actions of the government, and expectations of future profit. All right, so if I have profit here, I am going to increase my sellers. So my sellers shift. Oops, that's a one. There it is. So it shifts. More sellers, more competition. It means I am going to increase to, let's say, 1,050. But that new equilibrium, $5. Whoa. $5 now becomes $4. Okay, $5 is now, the market price is now $4. But what do we know about market price? We also know that these guys are price takers, which means the price, come on down price, come on down profit. It means I am hitting my marginal cost, my MR or my P is hitting my marginal cost at a different place. So we're going to say this is 9 now. So I'm now creating 9 bushels of corn. And now, where am I in terms of my, I'm still allocatively efficient. My P is still equaling my MC, but now I'm hitting that minimum line. I'm hitting my price is now equaling my minimum ATC. You get it? If you're perfectly competitive, it means that you are going to be both allocatively efficient and you're going to be productively efficient in the long run. You'll always be allocatively efficient in the short run, but you're going to be in the long run. There is no economic profit. This also happens with loss. This is what I call the EAP and EEL. EAP, exit or entrance, eliminates profit. This profit got eliminated because more people wanted profit. They were profit seeking, and so the supply increased. Now, if I were taking an L, if these companies were taking an L, then you're going to have sellers exit the market, which is going to drive the price up, and then exit would eliminate loss. So EAP, EEL. This is how you kind of goes with perfect competition. All right, and back we go. Okay, so let's talk about monopoly and monopolistic competition. And this one is not that difficult. It's monopoly. You got to realize you do not have Mr. Dark. You just have dark. All right. Whereas I would like to say Mr. D. If you think Mr. D, you'll get it. If you notice, the marginal revenue line and the demand curve are split. And the reason why is because a monopoly or even monopolies are price makers. They get to decide the price. A monopolistic competition is sort of has some price, I'm grabbing my chair, but monopolistic competition means that it's going to sort of, it has some price negotiation ability. So monopolistic competition, you have a split MR curve from the D, and eyes go first where? Eyes go first to MR equals MC. Everybody's profit maximizing. So we go MR equals MC first, but note what's happening. Okay, note what's happening with the monopoly. The MR and the D is split. There is no second graph because the firm is the market. Monopoly, one. There is one firm. So perfect competition, many, many, many firms. Monopoly, one firm. Perfect competition, identical products. For the monopoly, one unique product. All right, so they get to determine a lot of things. So in this situation, we're going to go to where MR equals MC, and we're going to drop our anchor down to the quantity, which is going to be QM1. All right, but I don't set the price there. Do not set your price there because you're a monopoly. You get that profit. All right, so the monopoly plants its flag and it goes all the way up to the demand curve, and that's where you're going to make your price. Be careful. If you're like, dude, this price is too low, then you've probably found the quantity of a monopoly and what it should be making, but you have not found the price. Monopoly will always be a higher price. It is both allocatively inefficient as well as productively inefficient. Its P will never equal MC because it's not profit maximizing. Its P will never equal the minimum ATC because it wants a profit. However, if you look at where D equals MC, that's your socially optimal quantity, and it's never going to go there. If you look at where MC intersects with D, that red line intersects with the black line there, that D line, look at where the dotted line, see that triangle? That's your deadweight loss, peeps. That's going to be where your lost opportunities are, all right? Monopolistic competition. So a monopoly, this is going to be, this is Tesla's. This is Tesla where you've got like one, I take it back. They've opened up their patents, but this is like the one company that owns things. I'm drawing a blank on it. A lot of pharmaceuticals can do this if they have the one drug. Oligopoly is where we'll see more of that, where people are working together on that one. Monopolistic competition, a little different. In monopolistic competition, in the long run for a monopoly, it can have a profit. It can have a profit and probably will in the long run. Monopolistic competition is going to be somewhat like perfect competition in that in the long run, the P will equal ATC. It will not equal the minimum ATC, but it will equal ATC. So again, like a monopoly, monopolistic competition, you're not going to see the D and the MR will change, but not necessarily the cost. And so if you kind of look at where they go with this, so the D and the MR are going to change. It's going to adjust. Your demand will adjust. They will adjust the demand so that your ATC is going to touch the demand curve. It will never meet the minimum ATC. It will never be productively efficient. That means you will have this thing called excess capacity. So excess capacity, that doesn't mean you have an extra spare somewhere. I want you to think of like potato chips in a bag and how there's like a ton of air in there. Like you open the bag, you have like 2 chips in there. Same thing here. There is excess capacity. The monopolistically competitive firm could produce more. It could be productively efficient. It just chooses not to be so it can profit maximize. So again, there is excess capacity there for monopolistic competition. Natural monopoly, you need to know how to graph it. I've put it up for you on the monopoly back in Unit 6. This is what the CED has provided for you, which parts you'll need to know. So natural monopoly, again, you're going to need to know, look at the ATC. The reason it's weird like this is it's because it's long run during economies of scale. Now let's talk about oligopolies. Oligopolies has this weird kink curve in the graph that you used to have to be able to recognize. You will not be asked to graph an oligopoly. Instead, they're going to make you do this. They're going to make you do a graph. They're going to make you do game theory. So most of you have done game theory before, but we're going to walk it through in the time I have left. Oh my gosh, guys, we're moving. All right, so let's take a peek at this. Let's look at this game theory matrix real quick, and I'm going to walk you through this. I hope everybody has done this before, but if not, I'm going to show you little tips and tricks on how to do an oligopoly. Now, they're going to ask you about dominant strategies with oligopoly. Okay, first, oligopoly. This is a market that has 10 or less firms that are operating in the market. All right, usually it is illegal, usually for these for collusion to happen, meaning that they can't actively set a price. Otherwise, they're called a cartel. It does happen though. I mean, we have OPEC and with gas prices and everything. Oh, that's not an OPEC issue. It's not the 70s. Woohoo! All right, so let's go ahead and look at this example the book gives you for game theory. You're going to have to be able to do a game theory matrix. So let's go ahead and I'm going to stop sharing my screen so you can see me graph this on the board. This is what we kind of want to do with this matrix. Okay, first thing, if you think that you don't want to write this out again, it's false time saving. You will save so much more time if you just do a quick dirty graph to get it done. So just the way I look at things, so we got company A, I got company B, and don't be fooled with the options. There's always going to be an A option and a B option. It doesn't matter which. Sometimes they put a price to say this is what's going to be the profit at the end. So in company A, they can either keep the price the same. So I'm going to put keep, or apparently I'm just going to put key. All right, here's my matrix. All right, they can either keep the price the same or they can raise it. Well, company B can either advertise or not advertise. So let's make that not advertise. Okay. So if you look, if anything is on the left, they're going to put the profit in the left. And so this is what I'm going to recommend. I'm going to recommend whatever the number is on the left, like company B, I'm going to put a square on company B. So if company A decides to keep the price and B starts to advertise, it's going to be $50 and -$2. Ooh, that's unfortunate. All right, so this one, 150 to 15. All right, and then 175 and 0. And then we've got 100 and 0. Okay. Anything to the left is going to belong to company B. So I'm going to put a square on everything to the left to help me remember. and keep things straight. Now, I need to see what's going to be my strategy. So if company A keeps their prices the same, do I want $50 or $150? Well, let me think about that. Profit seeking, absolutely. I want $150. So I'm going to put a star by this. So I'm going to put it in black so you can see it. All right, I'm going to put a star by 150. All right, so I want $150, $150. Well, if they raise the price, do I want 175 or do I want 100? Well, Mama didn't raise no fool. I would like $175. Thank you very much. So I'm going to put a star here. Notice how if company A changes their thing, well, so do I. All right, so now I'm company A. If B decides to advertise, now this is where people get confused because I have to keep my things straight. So if company A keeps her raises, these are all company B's reactions. Now I'm going to shift it over and I'm thinking, okay, what's company A doing? So if company B advertises, do I want -$2 or $0? Well, this stinks. So I would like $0, please. All right. Now, if company if company B advertises, do I want $15 or $0? Notice what happens. It changes. Now, here's the interesting thing. In either of these cases, and this is a tricky one, because in either of these cases, what happens? Neither one of them has a dominant strategy. So let's change things around and let's see what happens if there is a dominant strategy. All right, so in both of these cases, they're reactionary. There's no dominant strategy here. So I'm going to do this. $50 and $50. So in this situation, let's go ahead and look at this. So if I raise it to $50, now if company B advertises, do I want $50 or -2? Well, I'm not dumb. I want 50. Thank you very much. All right. Now, if they don't advertise, then I want $50. Notice what I did. Now I've got something new here because in either case, no matter if by changing this to 50, by either case, now it will give you the numbers, and usually you're going to have a dominant strategy that pops up. No matter what B does, company A is going to raise the price, which means company A in this situation has a dominant strategy. The dominant strategy is to raise the price. No matter what, they are going to raise their price. No matter what B does, company A raises the price. Well, if company A has a dominant strategy, then it's up to B to say, well, what do I want? Because if they're going to raise the price, I may want $150 or something, but it's not going to happen. So no matter, who cares what I want the biggest of the best. So wherever both stars end up, that's your Nash. So B does not have a dominant strategy because whatever company A does, they're going to react to company A's strategy. Company A has a dominant strategy in this situation where they're going to raise the price. But here's the kicker. The Nash equilibrium, basically the best they can do as a group together is for company A to raise the price and for company B to advertise. Because if company A leads as a price leader, if they lead with their dominant strategy, then it's going to be, so that's where both of them are going to end up. Right, let's share my screen again. Okay, so that's an idea of what game theory is all about. Again, ton of resources with this one. We're going to skip the TMP, power it on. And that way I can have some, oh no, we're not going to do that. Thank you. All right. I am going to take 10 minutes for you guys to try an FRQ, and then we're going to clean up Unit 5. So we're going to take 10 minutes, and I would like you to talk about raise stable hires workers. We're going to talk about Unit 5 here. So if you take a peek at your clock, go ahead, your computer clock or whatever. We're going to clock for 10 minutes, and I'll let you know. You're on the clock. Get going. Heads up, it's you have 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Of course you do. Why not? One minute and 20 seconds. See how we do. Thirty seconds. All right, let's stop. Go ahead and take a peek and see where you finished, because technically you can take about 15 minutes to do this. I would aim to finish FRQs 2 and 3 within 10. It just saves you a bunch of time and allows you to go back and, well, sorry, digitals, but you can go back and really check that number one and make sure that you've made a couple of leaps. All right, now we are talking about Unit 5, and so I'm going to skip ahead just for 2 seconds to remind you the big 4 units, the last 4 units of tonight that we're talking about here, or the last 4 sections or subunits of Unit 5 that we're going to be talking about. And if you remember your minute meter, how do we feel about Unit 5? Unit 5, if you have absolutely no idea about anything and you're just like, oh gosh, I just need a 3. I would really like you to have a 5. Please have a 5. But if you just want a 3 and you're just like, I can't. My law of diminishing marginal returns has fully kicked in here. That's when I need, this is the unit I would kind of skim back on. The reason why is that Unit 6 really goes along with Unit 2 and Unit 3 and Unit 4 pretty well. And I find that it's easier to extend from Unit 2, 3, 4 and go into Unit 6. Unit 5 is where people just get really tangled up. And so this is the unit I usually recommend for students that if you have to loss minimize, all right, if you have to loss minimize, this is the one I would kind of, skip. Doesn't mean that, however, if you want the 5, you need the 5. If you want 5, you need Unit 5. So some of you are already telling me you're skipping this one. I noticed that, to use a psych term, I noticed that there is some mortality in my quiz taking here. I went from about 70 people to about 11 people answering, and that's okay. We're in the last 45 minutes here, and it's okay. All right. So again, this is the area I would cut if I'm you. That doesn't necessarily mean you have to, though. Okay. Again, if you want the 5, you go for it. So let's go ahead and break this down. So Raise Stable hire workers, or Raise Stable hires worker in a perfectly competitive factor market for unskilled labor. If I am taking this exam, I am highlighting the crap by highlighting. If it's digital, you can highlight. If you're paper-based, underline, star, everything. I am going to be doing all the annotations on factor market because I will forget. All right, so I am going to make sure it's a perfectly competitive factor market for unskilled labor. So using a correctly labeled side-by-side graph, that's your big clue that you're in a perfectly competitive factor market. For the labor market, I mean, they might as well hit you on the head with a board saying this is factor market. And Raise Stable show each the following. The equilibrium wage and quantity for unskilled labor label. Wow, come on, help. Let's get some remix here. Quantity for unskilled labor labeled WE and QE respectively. The wage paid by Raise Stable and the quantity of unskilled labor hired labeled WR and QR respectively. All right. I'm going to take a second, and I'm going to take a second for you, and I want to walk you through my eyes with this one. Okay. Let's talk about, actually, I'm going to wait for a second because MRP and MFC or MRC, different story. What you need to know is the orientation. So actually, I am going to do this on a board so you can see it. Okay. So back to the graph. Back it again. Toe is back. Toe run. All right. So let's go ahead. Now this one with a factor market, we're talking about wages. So wages and your quantity of labor. Okay, now check this out. When it comes to wages and quantity of labor, we need to think who is demanding, all right? If you go back to circular flow, this is what's gonna help you out. You're like, circular flow? Yes, I'm not gonna take that much time. So we've got businesses, Mr. Business, we have the product market. And again, this is another reason why I kind of tell kids to skip Unit 5 if you need to maximize your profit here. If you're in a state of diminishing marginal returns. All right, so you got households, and then you've got the factor market. This is also called the resource market. Don't get fooled. You might see MFC or MRC. AP tends to like MFC, but MRC works too. Anyway, we got circular flow going here, which means that goods and services go one direction, money goes the other. So just know that it's okay, all sorts of fun things. So money goes one way, goods and services go the other. Product market is where we've been for units 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. For factor market, I'm going up here. And the thing is that the demand for the factor market is derived. It is derived demand from the product market. So again, enemy's gate is down. I need to think, and it comes to wages and quantity, who is demanding? Who's demanding labor? It's going to be the company. All right, it's going to be firms. So the demand is coming from firms here. Firms demanding labor. Then you've got supply. Who's supplying the labor? Usually you, all right? It's the households. Households are supplying the labor and the firms are demanding this. Okay, now here's what you need to think, how you orient this. If you're the supplier, I'm sorry, if you're the business, I always start with factor markets thinking, who is demanding? Helps me orient it. So who's demanding in this situation? It's the firm, all right? The firms are the ones demanding. Now think, do they want to pay high wages or low wages? Remember, what's the goal? They want to keep those average total costs down. So in order to do that, I need to make wages as low as I possibly can go, all right? So I want to get the lowest wages possible, and households want to get the highest prices possible. So with that in mind, you have your labor market idea. So let's go back. And this is for 2 points. You're going to have a wage set by the market. So if you look in that left-hand, if you look in the left side, you're going to see the factor market. This is the market for labor. And on the right side, you're going to see the raised stable. All right. So this is going to be quantity of labor, supply of labor. And it's going to have 1 point is earned for drawing a correctly labeled graph of the labor market with an upward sloping labor supply curve, downward sloping labor demand curve, and correctly identifying the equilibrium wage, WE, and quantity QE. Y'all can do this, all right? You at least can do this. Notice what happens. Just by drawing that, you got yourself a point. All right, so don't think, oh, I don't know, unit 5, screw this, I'm out of here. Deuces. No, at least grab a few points. Go in there and be like, I can't do all of this, but darn it, I can get 2 or 3 points here. And that may be the difference between a high 4 and a low 5, or a high 3 and a low 4, that you can actually grab some of those points from those FRQs just by doing that little. Okay, 1 point is earned for drawing a correctly labeled graph showing raised stable demand curve for label and a horizontal labor supply curve. Now think opposite. If in the product market, a perfectly competitive product market, your demand curve is perfectly elastic, it's mirror on the wall with the factor market because everything is derived or reflected from the product market. So with wages, the wage that it's going to be supply, or your MFC, your marginal factor cost or marginal resource cost, that's going to be your perfectly elastic set by the market wage. Okay, wage equals your MFC. You can also get a point by saying that 1 point is earned for stating that raised stable marginal factor cost is equal to WE, because the firm is a wage taker. Where have we heard that before? Like price taker? Well, this is a wage taker, which means in a monopsony, hey, that's a wage maker, man. All right. You can kind of guess some of this just by logic. So, and the market sets for the wage. All right. So, oh, apparently I needed to tell you that twice. C. All right. And remember to label. 1 point is earned for showing the minimum wage. So minimum wage or the minimum on the graph in part A above the equilibrium wage, or WE. I'll skip back up here so you can see it. Oh, wait, maybe I can't. Hang on, I'm on the wrong one. Sorry. Here you go. My fault. I'll take a second here. So notice on the left is going to be your market. All right, and then we've got the raised stable on the right. They are a wage taker. All right, raised stable on the right. Say that 5 times fast. All right, raised stable on the right, or the right graph, is notice it's got solid elastic, perfectly elastic lines there for wages, because the wage is set by the market. But the wage, since a perfectly competitive labor market it has to take the price set, or take the wage set by the market. It is a wage taker, which tells you monopsony, gonna be a wage maker. All right, so again, sort of the reflection of what we see in the product market, we're going to get that in the labor market as well. So 1 point is earned by, I'll go back here, correctly labeled graph of the labor market with an upward sloping labor supply curve, downward sloping labeled demand curve, correctly identifying equilibrium wage as WE and quantity QE. Again, grab those points. 1 point is earned for drawing a correctly labeled graph showing raised stable demand curve for labor and a horizontal labor supply curve showing equilibrium wage at WR and QR. Notice where that is on the right-hand side. Again, notice those solid lines, the solid wage lines, that WE and WR. Now, note what's going on. We got cost curves coming. All right, so just know that. 1 point is earned for stating that raised stable marginal factor cost is equal to WE because the firm is a wage taker in the labor market and the market sets the wage. You could probably guess that and get that point. All right, letter C. 1 point is earned for showing the minimum wage. And if you're wondering that nobody's done this before, this threw people for a loop in 2014. Again, I don't know. I really don't know what AP is going to do this year, because if I'm AP, I'm going to send up a softball of a test and just be like, and I say that, and I really shouldn't diss softball because it is, don't get hit by a softball. Those things are not very soft. But it's, if I'm AP, I want to give you a test that comes off of COVID that at least covers everything, but it's not designed to absolutely destroy you. Because frankly, we've had enough things trying to destroy us. I just don't see them being that mean like they were in 2014. That doesn't mean don't prep for it. But again, I don't see things getting weird like this year. I could be very wrong, and I have been very wrong in the past. So take that with a grain of salt. 1 point is earned for showing the minimum wage, or WN. Now, where is minimum wage going to be for a wage taker? It's going to be above. Why? Because nobody wants to pay a living wage. It causes cost curves to rise. It makes my ATC go up. I don't want that. If I'm the one who's having to hire people, I want to hire them for the cheapest money I got. So that way I can keep costs low and I can hit my minimum ATC. Do you see the struggle? The struggle is real. All right, so we've got, go back. All right, so we've got 1 point. Sure, I'm still there. Oh, wait, where'd it go? Hang on, I'm trying to figure out which screen I'm in. Apparently, I'm not in the one I need to be. I would like to say technical difficulties. It's not, it's just me. Hang on, we'll get there. My apologies, my fault. We're back, yay. All right, so 1 point is earned for showing the minimum wage on the graph in part A above in the equilibrium at WE. I'll go back so you guys can see that. So you guys can see that WE is going to be your equilibrium wage. That wage at the minimum is going to be above the equilibrium. This is a wage floor. Floors keep you from reaching equilibrium. So floors will keep you from reaching equilibrium. Just know that, okay? So it's a minimum wage is going to affect the price differently than it's going to, than on the factor market. So factor market minimum wage will usually be above the equilibrium price. I say that because there was one nasty little multiple choice question where it talks about minimum wage being set below equilibrium, or no, they called it a price. It was either a wage, what was it? A wage ceiling. That there was a wage ceiling, and how will that affect equilibrium? And it doesn't, because it's we dropped to equilibrium, like it didn't stop it. It was just know that a wage floor is going to be minimum wage, because it will usually be above the equilibrium. So again, people like to get paid more than equilibrium wage. But being paid more is going to drive up ATCs in the factor market. All right, so let's go here. So again, 1 point is earned for showing the quantity supplied of unskilled labor, otherwise known as QS, derived from the supply curve at the W minimum wage. So QS, going back here. So we've got a brand new quantity here. More people are willing to supply their labor at a higher wage. Okay, that should be pretty obvious. just like supply usually. You pay me more to do a job, I'm going to do a job. All right. You pay me well, like Fiveable, I'm going to be talking about friggin' factor markets at 10 o'clock at night. You betcha I'll do it. You know it, sir. So again, wage matters. So more wage, higher supply, but less demand. Because who's demanding? It's the firm. 1 point will be earned for stating that the marginal revenue product of the last worker hired will increase. All right, so it's going to take, so that product level will increase and drive up the wage. All right, so let's talk about factor market. Again, this one, you got to either do profit maximization or loss minimization. Like, what do you want to do? Do you not want to study it? Do you do? All good. 1 second. Just see what's going on. Okay, all good. All right, so let's talk about Unit 5 with content. The factor market example that you will need to know coming directly from CED is that wage and quantity of labor. So usually with, you'll have the wage market, you'll have WM, QM that you see. Now notice factor market or resource market, either one, it works. Orient yourself first. This is where we remind ourselves about Unit 1 and the factor payments or factors of production. Factors of production: land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship. 2 types of capital, both physical and human. Physical capital, tools and machinery. Human capital, what you're doing right now, education and training. Entrepreneurship is the person that combines all these. This is profit. All right, not a big deal on that one. All right, so this is also going to mean our factor payments. How do we, and this is what goes into it. Factor market is where the firms are going to buy these factors of production, which use factor payments. So rent for land, wage for labor, interest for capital, entrepreneurship, you pay it with profit. You know these if you just took the macro exam, because this is exactly what the income approach to GDP is. You're like, no, stop overlapping. Well, you studied more for macro than micro, so here you go. All right, I will use what you know to help you with what you don't know. So remember to orient yourself with this factor market. Ask yourself, who is demanding? And in this case, the firm is demanding. All right, the firm is going to be the ones making these demands. All right, so demand can shift. I think of POP. So again, like macro, you had BOP for balance of payments. Well, in micro, we have POP for shifters of the demand of labor. What can shift demand for labor? Productivity of the employee, other resources, for example, substitutes or complements like robots for human labor, or if you can just phase out a job altogether. Also the price of the output, that's that derived demand. If the price of the output goes up, so for example, gasoline for right now, if the price of gasoline increases, well, of course, we are going to have, so if the price of gasoline increases, it is going to notoriously affect the demand for it, or the demand for this. For example, oh, what just happened? Where did okay, good, that's still working. I need to find out where my captions went. Caption preferences. There we go. Sorry about that. All right. So we've got other resources and substitutes or complement. The price of the output. If the output gets more expensive, that may actually decrease the demand. It may decrease the demand for it. But however, if it gets more expensive, you're going to, in some cases, you want to make more of it for a second. But anyway, so price of output is going to affect it. If it gets more expensive, less people demand of it, or if there's money to be made on it, we may actually increase our labor supply there. Shifters for the supply of labor, meaning like if more people, think of how many people could enter the market. If we have better worker education and training, so for example, if I'm able to get more college educated, if think of all the applications where you see BA required or a BS required. So Bachelor of Science, Bachelor of Arts. If any of those are required, that means that there's going to be more people entering the market. They can now supply their labor if we get more people with college educations. All right. We also have, if there's alternative work or options with alternative work. So for example, if I've got different ways around it to add into the labor supply, I can do that. Do I have open immigration, or have they closed immigration down? Can I get more people? Remember, more people, more supply. What's going to happen to the wage if that supply shifts to the right? It's going to drive wage down because there's more people competing for that, which means the wage is going to be driven there, or it's driven down. All right, we have cultural expectations. For example, if you're expected to work until you're 75, or if you're expected to work until you're 6 feet under, well, that's going to shift supply. If you're expected to retire at 55, like in some nations, then if you are expected to retire, well, then that supply is going to shift. Or if there's a new expectation, for example, let's say that Social Security drops, it won't, but Social Security drops from 65 or 62 or 67 right now. If it drops to say 50, more people are going to start retiring. All right. What about leisure preferences or cultural expectations and leisure preferences? If you've got people that really like leisure, like they like their weekends off, okay, well, that's going to cut back on your supply. Also, working conditions. If you're used to working in really nice, like an Apple campus or field house, then absolutely you might have less demand for that from employer. The supply for that is either going to increase or decrease. Not everybody wants to work in a sweatshop, but not everybody is going to be able, if more people are willing to work in a nicer institution, going to drive wage down. This is why like underwater welding is paid so well. Nobody wants to do it. This is why sometimes it used to be, if you had a college degree, it was rare, so you could command a higher wage. This is why like brain surgeons still can command a higher wage. It's because there's not a whole lot of them up there, and the demand is constant, but the supply is not as much, so they can demand a higher wage. However, if you're in an unskilled labor position, there's a lot of you that want that job, and so you're going to have a lower wage. This is where minimum wage and the argument for minimum wage kicks in. All right, so let's do some math. So instead of marginal revenue and marginal cost for producing products like product market, we need to know the cost and the revenues for hiring workers. That's the big change in the factor market. So we have marginal resource cost, which is going to be the MRC. This will also be called the MFC. Either way, same thing. It's like calling it by a nickname. All right, same deal. So MFC equals, it's the same thing as MRC here. And I'm going to find that by taking the total cost, the change in total cost, remember new minus old divided by old, over the change of inputs. All right, that's going to give me my marginal resource cost. You'll be like, wow, it sounds like marginal cost. Hey, it's the reflection in the factor market. All right, then we've got your MRP. So MRP means marginal revenue product. If you remember what the names mean, it's going to be quite clear what it is. So think marginal, one additional. So the revenue made by this product. This is the amount that each additional worker is contributing. So the marginal revenue product is, I'm going to take the total revenue, P times Q, the change in total revenue over the change in inputs. Now, again, this is where I think there might be a difference in the digital versus the paper-based. Paper-based more than likely is going to, oh, no. Hang on, guys. Hang on. Where, of course, I decided to sign out. I hope not. Okay, we're still good. We're hanging in there. I'm so glad we have these lovely security features. That helps so much. Thank you, school. Okay, we're back on. Let's get into it. All right. So in a perfectly competitive factor market, your MRC is going to be constant for the firm because the wage is set by the factor market. And this is where profit maximization is MRP equals MRC, or MRP equals MFC. Same deal, same theory here. Where I's go first is MRP equaling MRC. All right, go. And go. Oh, please. There it is. Okay. So this is what it looks like. So if we look at this in terms of what they are going to demand for you from AP, this is a firm in a perfectly competitive factor market direct from your CED. So we see that WM, that wage at equilibrium, or that wage of the market, is going to be set by the market, and then the firm is a wage taker. So if MFC, another name for MRC, we still go for MFC equaling MRP, just like we would for MC equaling MR. MRP equals MFC. So think MP, MC, same deal, looking for that intersection. That's going to tell me the quantity I am going to produce, or not. Whoa, got to orient myself here. That's the quantity of people I'm going to hire. The firm is going to hire. It's going to not be as much as the total market, but it's still going to be a part of it. It should reflect it, and it reflects the wage. All right, monopsony. Monopsony is a very fun word. All right, now a monopsony. Now, in a perfectly competitive market, that means I have a bunch of different firms that have identical jobs, and that they have a bunch of people that a person gets to choose. So if I'm going back to a perfectly competitive factor market, there's a bunch of competitors going for the same sort of job, and there's a bunch of firms trying to hire. In this situation, a monopsony, this means that the firm is the wage maker. Now, here's the good news. In AP, you just need to know 2 factor markets. With the product market, you need to know 4. So there's an oligopoly, and yes, there is a reflection when you get to university. Don't worry about that now. We're going AP. We're going for that 5, okay? You're not going for high 5s. They don't give 5 pluses. Just go for the 5. All right, so get that 5. Here we go. So in a monopsony, it's going to look if you look at MFC and S, but look at it in terms, come back here. If we look at a monopsony like an upside down monopoly, it's going to make sense. All right, so let's go ahead and give this a shot so you can see it. All right. Monopsony. So let me remind you about a monopoly. I'm going to show you what the product market looks like, and then I'm going to show you the factor market. So a monopoly, remember, P times Q. Monopoly, demand, and a split MR curve. Mr. D, okay? So MR and a split D, or I'm sorry, MR, Mr. Demand. So if you think Mr. Demand, it'll always remind you that Mr. goes first. All right, MC comes up here. Remember, I's go first. I's go first to MR equals MC. And then I'm going to I'm going to drop my anchor of my little boat. There's the quantity that I make at a monopoly. This is product market, remember? And then, do I want a low price? Expletive, no. Nobody wants a low price. So you plant that flag right up here to the demand curve. Plant your flag, drop your anchor, plant your flag, and then come on over to price. All right? So that's your price. This is monopoly. So always notice that your price is going to be above the socially optimal place. This is that deadweight loss I was telling you about. Okay, now think monopsony. So orient yourself, wage, and the quantity of labor. Everybody there? Fantastic. If not, replay, rewind, come back when you're awake and have more caffeine. I'm awake, but Lord knows how long. All right, so think this flipped. All right, if you think this flipped, it's going to make sense. All right, so we go from, where did I go? Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Okay, so think Mr. D, but remember you're flipped here. So instead of having, so we are going to go up this direction with an MRP coming in. So MRP, downward sloping MRP, or marginal revenue product. And then we're going to have our MRC and our S. Okay, so MRC and our S. Where do my eyes go first? My eyes go first to where my MRP and my MRC, or MFC, either one, they come together. Now you're like, wait a minute. If this is equilibrium, if this is like my normal supply, if this is my normal wage, if I'm a producer, why the heck do I want to pay a wage that's higher than the market wage or the normal wage? No, drop it. All right. I'm going to drop that MRC. I'm going to drop this wage. Okay. I'm going to drop this down to the supply curve. And that's going to be my wage right there. Okay. So my MRC intersects with my NRRP, gives me the quantity that I'm hiring at, but my wage is going to be lower. Now, remember, I want lower wages. Lower wages. Let me go back. And this time I'm going to go to the right tab. I hope. Good. All right. Lower wages means I drive my ATC down. And I want that ATC driven down because that means I'm going to have more profit. So I'm going to have that. So if you look at where the QM is, that's that quantity. I want that wage below. All right. We got 9 minutes. And I'm going to take a look at your questions and see. But here's the big thing that you need to know. You've studied hard all semester. For some of you, I know some of you took this course in fall. And that's great. All right. If you took this course in fall, you haven't forgotten it. It's still there. So it's going to be okay. You're going to make it through. And we're so proud of you. So just know this stuff's hard. It's tough. It's hard, but we're going to make it through. And you're going to do the best you possibly can. Thankfully, this is a 12 o'clock exam. So most of you might be, unless you've got either English or something else. If you do, I'm so sorry. Because tomorrow's going to be a long day. For example, a micro queen Sharia, I know you've got a test in the morning. I'm just so grateful you're here with us today. If you've got, again, remember, micro queen Sharia she's not an old, I don't know why that caption just said Michael Green, but micro queen Sharia is not, she's not a teacher just yet. She will be, I'm sorry, or she's going to be working on solving economic issues. And she's amazing. So again, spam those crowns for her, but also just know that she has put off 5 hours to help you guys study for micro, a test she's already taken and done well with. And she's got her own AP in the morning. So this is, she's pretty amazing. And just, if you get a second, go ahead and thank her in Discord. Or if you want to just say thanks. I know I'm grateful for her. And she's just done an awesome job with our questions. So let's go ahead. I'm going to take a peek at some of these questions and see if I can do something with you here. Why do you drop MRC to the supply line to set the wage? All right. So Spanda, you've got one of the unanswered posts. I will gladly tell you. Okay. We are going to, let me go back over here so you can see it. Where, remember, MRC or MFC, as they want to call it, and MRP, we want profit maximization, but also think profit maximization in terms of labor. I do not want to pay top price. I don't want to overpay for labor, because if I overpay for labor, that cuts into my profits. And I want my profits because I'm self-interested. I'm a rational animal, or humans are rational animals who want to maximize profit. To maximize profit, remember, total revenue is going to equal total cost minus total profit. I'm sorry. Total revenue equals total cost plus total profit. I want to keep those costs as low as possible. Wage goes into the cost. So if for my macro friends, you know all about what wage does. If wages go up, then your supply curve your aggregate supply usually shifts to the left. It's not good. Because of rising wages. We want to keep those wages as low as possible. In a perfectly competitive factor market, I don't have that option. I have to do the best with what I've got. I have to take the wage that's set by the market. So for example, if I'm working, if it's fast food, for example. So fast food, entry-level jobs, there's not a whole lot of difference between most fast food entry-level jobs. If you can flip burgers at one place, you can probably flip Impossible Burgers over at Burger King. All right. It's considered unskilled labor. So no shade, no shame. Work is work and it's all wonderful. All right. So But the thing is, as an employer, I don't really have a say in the wage. It's kind of set by the market if there's a ton of people in that market. In a monopsony, there's only one employer. So for example, if there's only one, if I'm a doctor and there's only one hospital within 100 miles. So let's say you're living out in Newfoundland, somewhere out in the wilderness where there's more moose than there are people, then yeah, there's only one hospital. If I want to continue my work as a doctor or as a nurse, then I need to suck it up and go work at this hospital. And if they're the only hospital there and they know it, you know what they're going to do? They're going to drop that wage as low as they possibly can. So drop it like it's hot, okay? They're going to drop that wage. So what they do is they find the MRP and they see, well, where the MFC and the MRP intersect, and then they drop it down to the supply. So think in a monopoly, we're going to get a wage that's way above S intersecting with D or MRP. All right. In a monopoly, I'm sorry, S intersecting with D. Yeah, that is it. So, or MC in the product market. In the resource market, it's just the opposite. It's a reflection. As an employer, I want to drive that wage as low as I possibly go, which is why if you're working in the only industry in that area, you're probably going to have to work for a lower wage than you would in a highly competitive area. For example, if I worked in if I decided to teach in a very tiny town somewhere, my wage is probably going to be, where there's only one big school or one school, my wage is going to be quite lower unless I go until I move to like New York City, Atlanta, Miami, where you have lots of schools that are in hot competition with each other. Hopefully that was a long-winded answer to you. I hope that worked. Let's see. How we do? I got 50 of you that made it through the 5-hour gang. Very proud of you. Okay, does MC always intersect at the bottom of ATC? Okay, so if we're talking about product market, this is LNB 1423. So the question is, so I don't know if I can pull that up. I'd like to though. Does MC always intersect at the bottom of ATC? Absolutely, yes. Yes, it does. We're back to product market. So your MC will always intersect at the very trough of ATC and at the very minimum of a VC as well. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Doing a little question cleanup. I'm scared. I'm going to go into Discord. I'm going to say, hey, peeps. How we doing? Oh, man. Shreya is just working away. I'm so grateful for her. So if you have not, again, she is a treasure. Okay. Someone just replied, nope. You know what? You keep that attitude because you're going to need it. When you go in at noon, we need all the fighting spirit we can. In Korea, we used to say "hwaiting." Okay. So well, that's an interesting way of saying that. Caption, it looks like fighting, but it's pronounced in a different way. Just say the emphasis is on another syllable. It wouldn't touch this. Oh, somebody's answering for them. Oh, nice. Okay. Well, guys, I'm so grateful for you. Thank you so much for hanging out with these 5 hours. For those of you in the 5-hour gang, throw up some not like actually throw up because that's disgusting, but go ahead and put some 5s up in the Discord community. Like, go ahead, get proud, be like, I made it through. I made it through 5 hours of cramming for microeconomics. So guess what, guys? You may not be ready, but you're going in and you're going to be amazing. I'm so proud of you. We've got a whole bunch of people cheering you on. And just do the very best you possibly can. Go maximize your profit, get that 5, get clept out of college courses, save you some money on that one. We are, again, we're here to help. I'll be kicking around in Discord. I'm going to let Shreya go to sleep and get ready for her own exam. So I'll probably be kicking around here for a little bit. So not here, so to speak, but definitely in Discord. So I'll try to pick up some slack for her. Pardon me, because I don't have to take the test tomorrow. I just got to prep you guys. So again, thank you guys so much. Love to all of you. Best of luck. You got this, and have a wonderful night. Don't study hard, but make sure you don't have diminishing marginal returns. And we'll see you on the other side. Remember, Discord gets locked down once we start